Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're
Councillors, good morning. It's 10 o'clock. We're going to start with the meeting. Thank you. Welcome to all councillors and officials linked to the MS Teams virtual meeting, as well as to the media and members of the public connected via the YouTube link. I now call for a moment's silence. Thank you. And now, councillors, in the past weeks, we have tragically lost our former colleague, Councillor Yeko from the EFF, who passed away, and I would like to ask that we proceed with another moment's silence specifically aimed at supporting and praying for him and his family. Thank you. We'll now proceed with the electronic registration, and the link will be posted in the iron box, and then we will just check that we quorate and proceed from there. Once we have the confirmation that we quorum, we will then proceed with the meeting. Okay. Councillor Potts, your hand is up. If you have a problem, please put it in the iron box. We'll now move to the mayoral address. I now call on the mayor to address the council. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can I just confirm that I am visible,
Yes, visible
and audible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Okay. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, colleagues in Team Cape Town, I want to begin also by paying my respects. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for leading us in that. I want to pay my respects to our Councillor Bulelani Yeko, who we have sadly lost this last month, and to his colleagues in the EFF, and of course to his family, and we are thinking of them. Then, Speaker, to say that I have been growing more gravely concerned about the escalating xenophobic rhetoric in our country, and a number of incidents of low-level looting and intimidation and destruction of property that we have seen around our country. These sentiments and these actions are being actively stoked and driven by the language of a few politicians in our country who are trying to outdo each other in their thinly veiled hatred and scapegoating. Madam Speaker, the grass is very dry in South Africa, and yet these politicians are actively going around flicking matches. Soon, one of them could catch on, and when it does, history will record clearly who is responsible. South Africa's constitution enjoins each of us to a set of values that binds us together as South Africans, and which capture our history of being able to heal divisions and hatred peacefully. Our national values of tolerance in diversity, generosity of spirit, and commitment to the rule of law are needed now more than ever. In Cape Town, we are trying to set the example for building a society based on the rule of law. In that mission, we know that we face profound difficulties. Broken state institutions crushed by years of bad government, and of course, well-organized criminal adversaries. Those state institutions must be rebuilt brick by brick, and the law must be enforced for one and all. And while we rebuild the state, fix institutions, and enforce the law, let us always do so while still standing up for our fundamental values that make us South African. And let us say loudly that we will not tolerate or give any succor to those spreading hate and scapegoating one group or encouraging vigilantism and mobs. Being the city of hope in South Africa means leading with our values always. And to those spreading hate and stoking violence, let me say we all see you, and you will be held accountable for what you are doing. Now, colleagues, before we move on to the main business in council this morning, the tabling of the amendments to our budget, I would like to say a few words on the inspirational work carried out by all of the city's response teams during and after the devastating storm and flooding we had just a few days at the beginning of last week. The strong winds and heavy rainfall caused huge disruption and damage right across our city. Not a single neighborhood was spared, and our response teams had to attend to emergencies in many places all at once. We had over 5,000 reports of electricity outages and over 2,200 reports of trees being downed that needed attention and clearing. All of this and much more, the flooding, the rescues, the roofs that were blown off, all of it required meticulous coordination and planning. And it required an incredible effort and long, exhausting hours from many thousands of city employees. clearing the floodwater and drains, cutting down and removing fallen trees, fixing roads, restoration of all those electricity faults, the assistance of thousands of families left homeless and cold, and many other tasks that all had to be done all at once across the city. I am so proud of all of our colleagues in Team Cape Town. They were all simply amazing. Instead of being inundated with requests from families in need of help, I was instead inundated with messages of thanks and praise for the way in which our city staff responded to all of those families who needed help and responded to the challenges, and who worked through the night in extremely tough and cold and windy conditions to help people get their electricity back or just get back to a sense of normality. A storm like that doesn't come around often, and we've already had it twice in these 5 years. We remember the vicious storm of September 2023, and now this nasty one of May 2026. So when it does come around, it really tests the character and courage of the men and women of our City of Cape Town staff. And I want to say that they passed that test with flying colors. So I want to say on behalf of the city, on behalf of all of our councillors, I'm sure I speak for everyone now, on behalf of all of our residents, I thank the city manager, all of our executive directors and all of their teams, the many thousands of staff, and I ask them to please pass on the thanks of this council and of the city. Now, Madam Speaker, 2 months ago, we tabled our draft budget for 2026 and 27. We called it our City of Hope budget, and it was our boldest statement yet in building the benchmark of a South African city, what a South African city should be, and the one city where every resident has reason to believe in a better future. It is a budget in which we continue our record-setting infrastructure investment because we want Cape Town to work better for everyone. This is why we are so focused on adequate infrastructure investment. It's not because we like to break records for the sake of it, but because we know that every rand that we put into better basic infrastructure has a direct benefit and consequence in better basic services and more dignity for more residents. We also want to prepare Cape Town for the rapid growth that we are already seeing here, protecting her against the pressure that comes with that growth and laying the foundation for the kind of growing economy that will help lift many thousands more out of poverty and into employment. And while the infrastructure investments contained in our budget absolutely dwarf those of any other place in South Africa, the reality is that this is still the bare minimum needed to deliver a city that works for all and get our city ahead of that population pressure curve. I really do believe that this is the bare minimum needed. So when I see that it is 2 or 3 or 4 times what is being invested in other cities, I worry profoundly about what is happening there, because we are actually setting the benchmark for the absolute minimum of what we should be investing. The collapse and decay that we see in all the other major cities in South Africa is a direct result of not meeting the minimum level of required investment in new infrastructure. They're not even spending the minimum of what is required. They're not maintaining existing infrastructure, and so they're letting that backlog grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And once you fall behind like that, it is very, very difficult to catch up. And so we see the situation in a city like Johannesburg. That is why it is so dire. And it is going to take an incredible effort of financial discipline and many, many years of careful building and rigorous prioritization to fix the situation there. And I want to say to all of Joburg's residents, they have a chance, an opportunity, and perhaps their last opportunity this coming November to choose a local government that is able to turn that ship around and start fixing that city and getting it working for everyone. They should never have been put in that situation to begin with, but I hope that they will now start to make it right. Here, for us in Cape Town, we made a solemn promise, a vow to the people of Cape Town that we would never follow that same path, that we would do whatever it takes to ensure that our city both remains the most functional city in South Africa and that it is a better place to live for every resident. Balancing critical infrastructure investment with the realities of constrained revenue and the pressures felt by our ratepayers is one of the hardest jobs in the city. Madam Speaker, as we know, the use of property values to determine fixed tariffs has now been ruled impermissible by the court. We warned all along that the only inevitable outcome of undoing this method, cheers everyone. We warned all along that the only inevitable outcome of undoing this method of cross-subsidization would be that lower value homes would be left paying higher tariffs, while the highest value homes in the city would be left paying lower tariffs. We said that all along, and it was obvious for anyone who understood the basics of the budget. And so I really am genuinely amazed that some of the parties who joined that court case seem taken by surprise now when that inevitable outcome has come to pass. Over the last weeks, we have worked very hard to find a way to respect the court's ruling while still protecting lower and middle income families from the impact of that ruling, and keep all of our city's critical capital projects intact and on track. Last week, I spent some time visiting infrastructure projects in Hanover Park, in Googs, in Manenberg, and Philippi. It was a wonderful morning that I spent out in the city. And I must say, I felt really proud. Driving around, one thing struck me more than anything else. Everywhere you look, every corner you turn, every major street or road, the city was building something. I saw workers resurfacing roads in Googs. I saw hundreds of workers hard at work on the My City extension, the building of those lanes and bridges. I saw people working on a housing project, just paving the last bricks on the sidewalk to finish the last details of that project. I saw pipes piled high, waiting to be installed in the ground. I saw an enormous underground drill, bigger than me, busy drilling brand new sewer pipes in Philippi. And I saw much else besides. When you travel around Cape Town today, you will see infrastructure projects happening everywhere. The whole city, from corner to corner, is seeing construction projects underway. It is happening and it is visible everywhere, and I'm so proud to see it. So let me be very clear. Not one single infrastructure project in the city is optional. And cutting these investments is not something that we will ever do. As I've said just a few moments ago, I still believe that no matter the fact that we are dwarfing other cities, we are still achieving the bare minimum of what is required to make our city more successful and more dignified for everyone. So we dare not cut into those investments and slash them. Whether it is pipe replacements across our city, the massive upgrades to our wastewater works, the Cape Flats My City expansion, critical investments to our electricity grid, informal settlement upgrades, hundreds of roads projects, waterways projects, public space projects, you name it. Each and every one of them is vital to Cape Town's future. So we will not listen to the demands of one party in particular in this council who say that we should cut our capital budget for basic services infrastructure. We will not heed this call because we are committed to Cape Town succeeding for all. We want to continue being that beacon of hope, our country's one city that works, a city of hope for all, that shows the rest of South Africa that progress is possible and that the vision of our constitution can still be realized. So I'm very pleased to say that the infrastructure investments in our budget will remain. There's no change to the infrastructure line items on our budget. They are protected. They will go ahead. Despite the limits we now face on the ability of the city and all other municipalities to cross-subsidize to protect lower and middle income households, the amendments to the budget that we released for public comment today represent the city's proposed best efforts to continue to offer this protection to those households within the framework of the court ruling. I must say that we remain concerned about the implications of the ruling to sustainably cross-subsidize utility services in our South African social context, in which you have a small number, relatively small number of customers who are able to afford and pay, and a very, very large number of customers who require subsidized services. So we will be engaging National Treasury and the Cooperative Governance Department, COGTA, for guidance and for a structured discussion on our available options to do this going forward. And I'm pleased to say that, in fact, those discussions have already begun in an engagement which Alderman Limburg had last night with COGTA. However, it goes without saying, we must now deal with the impact of this ruling as best we can before the start of the financial year on the 1st of July, when we must by law have a budget in place. So we've spent a huge amount of time and effort these past weeks adjusting our budget and our tariffs for the impact of this ruling, so that we can continue to offer a revised budget that still protects lower and middle income households. Those are the amendments that we are tabling today for public comment, so that we can adopt a final budget in time before the 1st of July, as the law requires. Before I set out some of the details of these amendments, I want to take us through briefly the impact of this judgment, not just for Cape Town, but for all municipalities grappling with the issue of how to cross-subsidize services equitably in our social context. The net result of the court ruling is something that we had warned against for a long time. When you decouple the fixed charges in water and sanitation from property values, you limit the ability to cross-subsidize. And so you will see those charges go up for poorer families and come down for wealthier families. Among the most vocal crusaders for this was the Good Party in our council, who joined the court process. Forgetting all about their pro-poor pretensions, they didn't hesitate to advocate against greater protections. Listen to that. They didn't hesitate to advocate against greater protections for lower income families. Only once the ruling was in and the effects on fixed charges were clear did their statements suddenly start to pivot towards protecting the poor. Well, I'm afraid that belated damage control spin is not fooling anyone. It isn't fooling me, and it isn't fooling any councillors here, and neither is it fooling the public. And I must say, it's very ironic. It's even more ironic when you consider the views on fixed charges linked to property value expressed just a few years ago under then Mayor Patricia de Lille. And I want to quote to you from one of her speeches here in this council back in 2018, when she first proposed property-linked tariffs. And I'm quoting now: a charge based on property valuations has been deemed the most progressive of all the options, while being the most equitable and fair to poorer households. This is the fairest way to recover the city's revenue shortfall, by distributing the charge in such a way that those who can afford to pay it will pay an amount based on their property values. And end quote there. Well, my word, what a U-turn from then, when they first proposed these property-based fixed tariffs, to now, a complete U-turn that would make any Cape Town taxi driver proud. But it gets even worse, Madam Speaker. Good Solution, once they realized that they had talked themselves into a cul-de-sac, or U-turned themselves into a cul-de-sac, their solution was to suggest that we cut our infrastructure budget deeply. Not only did they work to raise fixed charges for lower income households, they now also want us to cut our infrastructure projects that benefit those same lower infrastructure households. So if it were up to them, and they've made their position clear, it would be higher fixed tariffs for poorer households and less service delivery for poorer households. That seems to be their position. And I really want to know which budget items they want us to cut, which are the projects that they don't like. They weren't very clear on this. we only heard one demand. Their new councillor, Councillor Dixon, made one very big and loud demand when she spoke on the radio and when she went out and criticized this. She said that we should cut the entire My City Cape Flats expansion project to Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain. She said, and I'm quoting, that no one asked them if they wanted it. Now, of course, she doesn't say who they are, but let me help her. They, councillor, they are the residents of Cape Town who live in Lansdowne and Hanover Park and Gugulethu and Nyanga and Philippi and Crossroads and Browns Farm and Khayelitsha and the whole of Mitchell's Plain with its many neighborhoods and suburbs. They are the residents of Cape Town who currently wake up long before sunrise to spend hours on the road getting to work on our clogged highways. They do this because the rail system is still only crawling back to life after it was run into the ground. And the only other public transport is all road-based public transport that travels in the normal traffic. So the My City, with its dedicated lanes, will save them money, and it will save them hours each way to work and back in the morning and the evening. And those hours they can much better spend with their family. Now, I doubt that Mrs. Dixon has asked them, she insultingly refers to whether they want the project to be cut, but I will be certain to convey her message to them, I assure her. But I want to tell her this one thing. One person she should really tell and explain her position to is her own party boss, Mr. Heron, because he spoke passionately last week, and I thank him for that, about how badly needed the My City Cape Flat extension is. He was quoted in the Sunday Times about how cancelling it would strangle, I'm quoting here, strangle the city. For once, him and I agree on something. But they really should try to get on the same page between themselves. Not only has Good done a big U-turn on their position on fixed charges and talked themselves into a cul-de-sac, they're now also contradicting each other on public transport investment. So, assuming that they work out among themselves whether they actually support better public transport for the people of Cape Town or not, the question remains, what are the big infrastructure cuts that they propose that we make? They don't say this anywhere. Besides this My City cut that they've spoken about, they've made no other suggestions, not one. So I want to ask them today, must we cut our sewer and water pipe replacement program? Must we cut our pothole repairs or our road upgrades? Must we stop the largest sewer upgrade in the country currently happening on the Cape Flats? Must we cut our safety and security investment? Must we halt our electricity grid upgrades? Must we freeze our sports facility upgrades in lower income communities? Must we stop fixing and upgrading our swimming pools? Disinvest in our libraries, new fire stations, our clinics, our parks, or our public spaces? Which one of those would you suggest we cut? Now, of course, I don't expect an answer from them. Just as they won't explain how their anti-poor stance miraculously morphed into pro-poor sympathy after the court case. They will never explain any of these things. We, on the other hand, actually care about serving all Cape Townians, about making the city better for everyone, for finding a way to sustainably fund investments that make our city better, working for every resident, and deliver better dignity to more people, and keep it the country's best and most functional city, while still shielding its vulnerable residents. That is our commitment. We are not just making cheap statements and contradicting ourselves and making U-turns all over the place. We are committed to making the city work for everyone. So the budget amendments we're publishing today represent the best way for us to balance all of those things within our available resources and given the limitations of the judgment. So, Madam Speaker, I will now briefly set out what has changed through these amendments to bring them in line with the court ruling. In short, there are three main changes to the budget. The first is that the citywide cleaning charge has been removed as a standalone item on the bill and has been moved back into the property rates bill. The second is that the fixed charge portion of the water and sanitation bill will no longer be coupled to property value, but will revert back to the water meter size. And the third is that we have raised the threshold for property rates rebates and indigence relief in order to shield more households from increases that will arise from the water and sanitation charges being decoupled from property values. Moving citywide cleaning costs back into property rates means that it is no longer possible to offer the rate in the rand reduction of negative 10.2%, as tabled in the original draft budget. So for residential properties, that reduction will now be negative 2%. Commercial property rates will also increase compared to the March tabled budget, while commercial electricity unit costs will reduce due to the reduction of the rate surcharge from the electricity units to fund the citywide cleaning. Residential electricity tariffs remain unchanged, as these customers no longer contribute to citywide cleaning from the electricity tariffs as of last year's budget already. Decoupling the water and sanitation fixed charge from property value bands and coupling it once more to a property's water meter size takes us back to the system that was in place previously. Following the court ruling, higher value properties will now pay less in fixed charges and lower value properties will pay more. In an effort to ensure protection against these changes, we are proposing the following protection measures: a lower overall fixed charge portion of the tariff, shifting charges to higher consumption tariffs for high users through increases to the step tariff above 10.5 kiloliters, and a consolidation of the most common water meter sizes. All of the water meter sizes up to 22 millimeters will now be in one charge category. This will go some way towards mitigating the impact of the court ruling on lower and middle income households. But still, if we had just stopped there and did not go further, then poorer households would be worse off than before the court ruling, thanks to these changes in water and sanitation charges. So we did not just stop there. To help protect those families further, we are proposing to raise the property rates rebates and indigent relief. We are proposing a raising of the rates-free threshold to the first 620,000 Rand of property value, up from 450,000 Rand as it is now. This means that all homes up to 8 million Rand in value will now get the first 620,000 Rand rates free. The impact of this protection is obviously proportionally greater the lower the value of your property. That is just logic. So in fact, all properties under 1.8 million Rand in value will see an actual decrease in their property rates compared to the tabled budget. And for most households across the city, this will offset the impact of the fixed charge rises. So along with raising this threshold for the rates rebate, we are also proposing that the qualification for indigent relief uses the same raised threshold of 620,000 Rand so that more Cape Townians are able to access indigent protection. And thanks to this raised indigent relief, many more properties that have gone from that 450,000 Rand cutoff as it is now to 620,000 Rand as we are proposing will get the 100% rebate on their fixed charges. Madam Speaker, we are glad to have widened protection for lower and middle income homes in a way that will largely offset all of the rises in fixed water and sanitation charges for properties under 2.8 million Rand in value. And so while the structure of the bill changes and some line items move around, the changes we are proposing mean that the net effect, the total amount that customers will pay at the bottom of the bill, the changes will be very small, if any, to their total monthly bills. And so we are glad to release for comment today budget amendments that continue to both protect lower and middle income households and protect our city's critical basic infrastructure investment. This was not an easy or small task, I can assure you. And I really want to thank the city's budget team for their incredibly hard work these last few weeks. Speaker, there's one other very important item on the agenda today that I want to briefly touch on, and that is the city's traffic bylaw that is on our agenda. As I have argued in the past, the Democratic Alliance believes in local governments that assert their own policing and enforcement powers, especially when this is manifestly in the interests of safer roads for the public. This bylaw is a first of its kind for South Africa because it means
Mr. Mayor, you have lost audio. I can't hear you. Where's there? Mr. Mayor, we can't hear you. Councillor Stearman, we are all unable to hear, but if you have a point of order or clarity, please put it in the iron box, which rule number, so I can, but we can't take anything during the mayor's speech. We're waiting for the mayor to come back online. Councillor Stearman, we take no interruptions during the mayor's speech. You can put it in the iron box if it's related to this particular meeting. Otherwise, you'll have to wait.
Hi, Madam Speaker.
Welcome back, sir. Carry on. Can you remember where you left off?
I've just joined on my phone because for some reason my
That's good enough. That's
My
good enough.
Wi-Fi doesn't seem to be working now. You must please explain to me where I cut off, because I was just talking to myself for a few seconds.
You were talking. You introduced the issue around the traffic bylaw.
Okay, fine.
Start
So
from scratch the traffic bylaw.
shall I start from scratch in my speech?
Only from the traffic bylaw side.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to say that Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance believes in local governments asserting their own policing and enforcement powers, especially when this is manifestly in the interest of safer roads for the public. So this bylaw is actually a first for South Africa, because it meaningfully strengthens the ability of our traffic officers and Metro Police to enforce safer driving behavior on the roads. And as someone who has a young daughter who will soon, already looking ahead to the next few years when she might become a driver, I say that this enforcement action cannot come soon enough. So let me say to all those drivers in Cape Town who endanger the lives of the public through their reckless and dangerous driving, we intend to enforce this bylaw with rigor. Our officers will impound the vehicles of those who drive in a way that endangers lives, and they will do so without fear or favor. Our commitment is always to making our roads safer for the public at large and establishing the rule of law in South Africa, starting right here in Cape Town. So I thank the team that has worked on this bylaw, and we'll hear more about it later, of course. And I also table the budget amendments for public comment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And now we have questions in terms of Rule 11.2 to the Mayor. The first question of 1 minute comes from the Cape Independence Party, Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller, are you present in the meeting?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, does the DA care at all what the public thinks when it comes to the public participation process or what communities actually want? If it does, what percentage of objections does it need to receive to stop pursuing a project or agenda that the public does not want? Is it 51%? Is it 61%? Is it 80, 90, or even 99%? Because over the last few years, I've witnessed countless projects and policies get pushed through regardless of how massive the amount of public backlash and objections are to it. So if you could please explain the city's approach to just these two following examples. The first example is last year, where ratepayers and civic society organizations voted well over 90% in opposition to the new budget. However, the DA forced it through anyway. And here we are a year later, and the courts have ruled that the increases in that same budget were in fact illegal. The second example is communities in Meadow Ridge are right now fighting a completely unsuitable and destructive 1,200 student mega trade school, where the city not only did not engage the community in public participation, but actively withheld impact assessment reports that the community needed and requested to determine if the development was even legal. So my question is, in light of the above, what is the point of conducting public participation processes if the DA does not consider them? And if you do, what is the magic number that the public needs to achieve before the DA will bother to listen to them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. From the DA, Councillor Pat Franke. Councillor, yes, you're audible, Councillor. You may continue.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, officials. Good morning, councillors. Mayor, what is the benefit of our winter readiness program, and how has the program assisted with the city's response to the severe storm that gripped Cape Town recently, and can we attribute our response to the city's long-term infrastructure investment? Thank you, Mayor.
All right. The third speaker is from the EFF, Councillor Dambuza.
We send condolences to the Yeko family and the Njambatwane family as the EFF caucus. Mayor, the ERF 8448 project with the ERF 2849 project, that is the Nyanga and the Guguletu project, which we had asked a question to you on the 28th of July 2022, and you entrusted Malusi Boye that period of time when he indicated that in December the project would be done. We can safely confirm that the project will not be done by end of this term. Can you then confirm to the people of Guguletu and Nyanga that you have, as a mayor, failed them, seeing that this term you were unable to finish the project and being able to give them houses? The houses that have even been given have not even reached 50% of the people that were supposed to get houses. What are the plans that you have to make sure that the people of Guguletu and Nyanga are getting houses, seeing that you have failed them? And can you confirm that you, as a mayor, have failed the people? Thank you.
Thank you. The Good Party, Councillor Palm.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. You talk about shielding vulnerable residents in social housing complexes, student residences, and private developments. You are allowing third-party service providers to make a killing by forcing these residents to pay fixed daily charges for water, sanitation, and refuse, whether they use it or not. Your developer friends are making a fortune and adding no value. Residents in social housing such as Botha Gardens, DCI, are forced to choose between electricity, water, and bread, where the city of Cape Town should be in a position to make water, electricity, and sanitation available. What are you doing, Mr. Mayor, to shield vulnerable residents like these from this rapacious, parasitic behavior from your developer friends? Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last one is Councillor Kai from the PA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible?
You're audible. Continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Jolop, the Western Cape High Court unanimously ruled the city's fixed charges for water, sanitation, and citywide cleaning unconstitutional and invalid. The court found they were linked to property values rather than actual usage and ordered the city to scrap these charges by 30th of June 2026. The Patriotic Alliance would like to know, what is the city's plan and timeline to refund residents who paid for these unlawful fixed charges, and how will the city identify all the affected households and businesses, and how will you notify them, and what is the process for residents to claim their refund, and by when will the payments be made? Thank you very much, Speaker.
All right, Mr. Mayor, if you can please respond to those questions.
Okay, one moment, please. Okay, am I?
Yes, you're back on your computer. That's
okay.
good.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
in fact, it's excellent.
The internet is miraculously returned. All right, now, Councillor Miller, please be accurate when you speak. The court did not rule that those increases are illegal. The court didn't rule on those increases at all. The court ruled on the question of how to determine fixed charges, and ruled that the use of property values to determine fixed charges was not allowed, impermissible. The case didn't have anything to do with those increases at all. So please be accurate when you speak. You cannot just talk nonsense. And as for the school in Meadow Ridge, I am the final appeal authority, so I don't know whether the school has the proposed school has gone through the entire planning process. and whether it is finally approved. Perhaps the ward councillor for Meadow Ridge can advise me of that. So if it hasn't yet come to me, then I can't speak about it now, because if there are appeals to me as the final appeal authority, I will obviously take into consideration those public concerns. And in general, as a principle, there's no magic number that you are asking for. The point is that we consider the points made by objectors, and we weigh them up against the interests of those who may not have participated in the public participation, but whose broad public interest we still have to consider. So it is not just about literally almost any proposal that the city puts out, no matter what it is. I'll give you an example that I heard of yesterday. There's a proposal to rename a park after Desmond Tutu in Milnerton, right opposite the house where he lives. Now, we only received 3 public comments in response to that. 3 out of the many thousands of people that live there. Unfortunately, those 3 were all people who were raising objections to the renaming. So there is 100% of feedback is negative there. 100% of 3, Councillor Miller. So under your standard, we would have to stop that because 100% of people who participated in the public participation say that they don't want that. Now, clearly that is not the job of a public representative. You and I and everyone else are elected here to apply our minds and to balance take seriously the feedback we receive and balance it with our own decision making and within the framework of the law. And that is what we will do. So I cannot speak to you about the school in Meadow Ridge unless the ward councillor for Meadow Ridge wants to confirm that the matter is already approved. I genuinely do not know. Can we ask that councillor, Madam Speaker?
Alderman Andrews is able to respond.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Mayor. Mayor, so you're correct, Mayor, that there has, Councillor Miller is correct that we've received an application. Councillor Miller is again incorrect that there were a series of consultation engagements with the community. There was a notice that was served to the community in September. As the ward council, I convened an online engagement and a second engagement in December on site with the community. What the application seeks to achieve is that to build a school. It is also considered because it's a sphere of government, it is considered as a courtesy application, and the department then still applies the municipal planning bylaw and respond to the respective assessments that they would have to consider. And these assessments would include traffic, it would include the necessary infrastructure, environment, and heritage. And based on the submissions received by the applicant, the Western Cape Government Department Infrastructure, we as the city, as the regulator, approve the courtesy plan. And the community is aware of that. It's not that there were no consultation with the community. Those engagements were there. It's that, of course, the community is opposing the school. And of course, they were concerned that the necessary assessments required were not undertaken. I can confirm, and of course, that those assessments were all undertaken and of course were approved by the local planning office. The construction timeline to be confirmed, but the engagements are ongoing with Bergfleet Ratepayer Association and also Bergfleet Voluntary Association. And again, as the case whenever Councillor Miller is involved, he's always misleading the public in terms of what should happen as per what is required by the legislation applicable in this context.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Then to Councillor Franca, the benefit of the winter readiness program. I must say, I really just want to tell you one story. I went to visit a family or families, a number of streets in Mitchell's Plain where there was a lot of flooding and people were stuck in their homes for 24 hours, maybe even more, 36 hours. But one of the things that I was so impressed about is that those residents told me their streets are completely lined with enormous big trees. And they told me that the city's parks department had come the day before the storm to cut all those trees, the big branches, that were hanging over because they knew that the storm might knock those branches off. And so even though they had to deal with the flooding, which took some time to subside, they did not have to deal with any trees falling over into their properties. So this is the kind of preparation that the city did, which really, I must say, I have not seen before, and which I'm really pleased that every year our winter readiness and our storm readiness gets better and better. And there's a winter readiness steering committee that meets on a regular basis, that talks about these issues, that sends work packages out and work instructions out to all of the depots. And that is starting to show that planning actually does make a positive difference. Councillors in informal settlements will remember in previous years, it has sometimes taken 24 hours to get water pumps, or even longer than 24 hours to get water pumps on site. And yet this time the water pumps were already there before the rain even started, and started working immediately in many of those places. So there was a lot of very nice preparation. I want to just say about infrastructure investment, we are still not spending enough on stormwater infrastructure. I will say that clearly and plainly. I have increased, I've tried to really push our stormwater colleagues, which awkwardly straddles two directorates, and this is part of the problem, is that a lot of the stormwater infrastructure is in our urban mobility, and a lot of it is in water and sanitation. And I've really pushed them to get more projects onto the budget for stormwater. And I really do think that if we are blessed enough to be re-elected in November, I hope that we will be, we will absolutely increase investment in stormwater infrastructure, because that is the next phase that we have to get to improve livability and dignity in the city, and cope with these enormous storms that we seem to be getting more often. Okay, now, Councillor Dambuza, thank you for your question on the Gugs housing project. And I must say, I really agree that it is frustrating that this project has not been completed. I remember talking with you about this when the illegal occupation had taken place. That took a long time to resolve. I think not all of them are actually resolved. It's been some time since I actually went to those homes, but I was there. If you'd listened carefully in my speech, I said I was at some of those homes last week. I saw some of the finishing touches being put on. I saw workers literally just laying the last few bricks in the paving area. And so there are absolutely completions taking place there. I know that my colleague, Councillor Popham, is abroad, but but he is listening in, and I sent him the question that you asked, and he says that the city has completed phase 1, and that just over 70 houses will be handed over at the end of June 2026. The final completion is procured, but unfortunately all bidders were non-responsive. Supply Chain Management has agreed to an accelerated re-advertisement. We will have a contractor on site for the remaining homes before the end of this financial year. That's also the end of next month, to complete the remaining phases and partially built homes. We cannot control the outcomes of tender process because that is not something that is politically controlled in the city of Cape Town, but we can respond and react to these unforeseen delays to correct them and ensure that we get back working on the ground as quickly as possible. So I think you will agree that it is good news that at least those first homes are completed, and that there is a plan to get those remaining homes completed as soon as possible. Then, Councillor Palm, I would say that you must please do your homework about social housing across South Africa. As the last time I checked, Cape Town was the only city in the country that adds or offers permanently discounted service charges for social housing projects. Permanently discounted rates, rebates for social housing projects. And when I told the Minister of Housing this and showed her our rates, rebates, and discounts for social housing projects, she said to me at the time, this was about a year ago, so I don't know if any other municipalities in the country have since caught up, but about a year ago, she said to me, that this is the only place in the country that is doing this, and she's very grateful for it. So what you say is simply devoid of fact. It's very important that we work with the private sector, because the state does not have the capacity or the money to deliver those projects. So those projects wouldn't exist in the first place if we followed your philosophy, your obsessive ideology, and your manner of thinking. None of those projects would exist, because we would have to be using city funds to deliver something which we cannot deliver. We don't have the funds. They would have to be cut from somewhere else to deliver those projects. By partnering with the private sector, we offer our discounted land. They bring the capital required to do those developments and those constructions, many hundreds of millions. And we offer discounts in perpetuity on their rates and service charges, so that those rentals can remain as affordable as possible in perpetuity. I think that that is a great system that allows us to offer many, many more of those developments successfully. And that is happening all around the country, all around the city, and is a model for the country. So I respectfully, strongly disagree with the kind of ideological claptrap that is just constantly pouring from Councillor Palm. Then Councillor Kai, please go and read the judgment. That's all I will say. The judgment makes no reference whatsoever to the question of refunds. The judgment is forward-looking. It applies from the 1st of July, 2026. Not now, not last year. It is forward-looking, and says that those charges cannot continue, but makes no finding as to the charges being refunded or any question of that. And I would say the point is, again, this is very important, Councillor Kai. All of that revenue has gone into infrastructure investment. That is its purpose. So if you are suggesting that it be refunded, you must please suggest which pipes we must go and pull out of the ground in which neighborhoods, and which road, which tar we must pull up, or which bridges we must break down, because that is what that revenue funds, all of that investment. So I don't think that you've thought through that very well, and perhaps you should give it another go. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That concludes that section of the agenda. We now move to section 3. I will read out the numbers present. Have you taken off the people we've evicted from the meeting? You have, okay, thank you. So what we have, okay, all right. Councillor Haynes, clarity? We don't take clarity on the mayor's speech.
I don't want to ask for the mayor's speech, Madam Speaker. In fact, I did not even hear half of what the mayor was saying. He had network problems. Madam Speaker, I'm just checking. I'm going through the inbox, and I saw Councillor Pakadi only spoke once, and you warned you warned him twice. Okay, now you kicked him out of the meeting.
No, I will exactly that. Emojis are considered a misuse of the iron box. That has been clarified, but for this purpose of clarifying for everybody again, because they're not represented at the programming meeting, which is what they're supposed to be, and they don't take responsibility for updating themselves, I'm warning people that the use of emojis in the iron box is a misuse of the iron box. Okay, so I will.
My point is that he has spoken twice. You have warned him twice.
Thank you. Go back onto the iron box and you can check. For the purposes of attendance at the meeting, the ANC have now 36 people present. The DA have 129. ARA have 2. The ACDP have 5. The AIC have 1. Al Jamal have 3. The CCC have 7. Cape Exit have 2. CNC has 1. The DI have 1. The EFF have 9. Freedom Front Plus have 4. Good have 8. TA have 5. UDM have 1. And the URM have 1. So we have a total of 215 councillors present in the meeting out of 230. So now I'm going to ask the Chief Whip if there are any applications for leave that we might have. Chief Whip.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, the apologies for today are as follows. Councillors Hendricks, Sutashi, Uduli Makanasi, Tairo, Nkumbolo, Kama, Mohammed, Chiche, Dudley, Nchweza. And leaving the meeting early will be Councillors Adonis, that's Norman Adonis, and then Alderman Edie Andrews. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Haynes, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, Chief Whip, Speaker, Councillor Somdaka, I did not hear the name. And then Councillor Sotashe is going to leave in the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other parties that have any applications of leave of absence that have not been formally put through the Whip's office? Kindly indicate in the box, and that does not constitute, if it hasn't been to the Whip, a proper formal leave of absence. So we move on to announcements by the Speaker. I have no further announcements. Announcement section SPA by the City Manager. Mr. City Manager, do you have any announcements?
None, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to section 6, and this is a confirmation of the minutes. So we have minutes for the ordinary meeting of the 30th of April. A few replacement pages were circulated in regard to the councillor attendance to be considered as part of the confirmation, starting on page 5, and we go through page 20 through to page 41. Can we confirm the minutes? Yes, we have a proposer and a seconder. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Councillor, I see hands up, but you need to tell me what, is it a point of order or a point of clarity? Please put that in the box, Councillor Haynes.
Speaker, I'm not sure if you do point of order or clarity on the minutes. I wanted to just do a correction. Okay. I've seen that there's an email that was circulating that our councillors that were listed without an apology in the meeting was corrected. For the record, can that also be considered? Thank you.
Yes, I did mention that when I read out there were replacement pages circulated. So that has been done. Thank you. And Councillor Tandela, you had the same problem. We solved your problem too in the replacement pages, which you might or might not have seen yet. Okay, Councillor Stearman, you keep putting your hand up, but you don't say why. What is your issue? Okay, moving on. Thank you. Now we go to the remainder of the agenda, and the items that the Whips have agreed to are as follows. In volume 2A, item 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 14, 16, 17, and item 19. In volume 2B, it's items 23, 26, 28, 29, 30, and 37. In volume 2C, it's items 38 and 42A. In volume 3, items for noting without speaking are items 43, 47 through to 50. Are there any parties who wish to raise a comment in this regard which they want minuted in terms of agreed items for not speaking? All right, so councillors, we now have 215 councillors present, and that number will be taken when we are doing the voting for record purposes for the minutes. So we move on to the main agenda. Councillor Haynes?
I am not sure who is assisting you to check names or hands. You have asked if any party wants to register anything on items that has been agreed. On behalf of the ANC, items 13, 14, 16, and 17, we do not agree on. We have severe concerns on the size of the trading base, but Councillor Mjuza will continue to speak on item 16. But on that other 4, please record our vote against it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Certainly we'll do that. Councillor Tandela, your corrections, are they those that have been corrected in the addendum that was circulated? Or do you want to raise another correction? All right, we're moving on. Councillor Sukkers, we will look at yours and correct it if necessary. Okay. All right. Councillor Tandela, this is the 3rd time I'm asking you, was your correction as per the addendum or do you have another correction? All right, we're moving on. You've been given ample opportunity to speak. So your mic is open on this side. So Councillor Tandela.
No, Speaker.
There you go.
No,
all right.
Thank you very much. Speaker, it is unfair how you're treating all the other political parties, whereas the ANC is able to speak anytime. And you are subjecting us to such treatment. This is
Councillor Tandela.
There's an item for us to look into the minute and report as such in this meeting, not to write. That must be recorded. You said our staff is corrected. We don't have a view of that. That is 1. 2, our vote is incorrectly captured. We did not register that. The only way we'll be able to do that is when we are able to speak in the meeting. This is the meeting for us to speak, not to be subjected to writing. You cannot, Speaker. You cannot, Speaker. If I write here in Xhosa, will you understand Xhosa? If I write here in Spade, will you understand that? So don't do that. Please allow us to speak. We are chief whips of political parties. The ANC, because if I can ask you directly now, why is Councillor Haynes able to speak?
What is the correction, Councillor?
No, I need to address this matter before I get to that issue.
Is there a correction?
Of course it is. Of course there is. No, allow me to speak, Speaker. Allow me to speak.
You can correct the minutes. It's not a speech time.
Allow me to speak. No, it's you who's open there for me to speak like that.
Right.
Councillor Ntshuntshe is not an EFF member. Please remove her from this. We have raised this previously, so please don't say Councillor Ntshuntshe belongs to DA. That is 1.
Corrected.
2.
That has been corrected.
2. Can you allow me to finish? 2. Our votes of the EFF are not recorded correctly in these meetings. If you look at page 25, item 7, item 8, and item 9, please, they must be corrected. Go back, or whoever that is doing the administration must go back and look how we have voted as the EFF. Here as if we are here to just play politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tandela, it would be very helpful if your party attended the programming meeting where the correction to the minutes and the details of that are captured so that we can present them correctly at the meeting. Having said that, we'll take note of your comments and look and see whether they need to be corrected or if they have been corrected. All right, we'll move on then to item 7 on the agenda. And the first speaker in that regard is Councillor Makungwana.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors, fellow councillors, and officials and members of the public connected on the YouTube channel, and members of the media. I must first start by conveying condolences on behalf of the UDM caucus to the caucus of the EFF and the families of the family of Yego, Councillor Yego, and the other affected families that were affected by the tragic accident that took his life. Having said that, Speaker, I must now go into the item at hand. The reality of climate change is posing a threat to the water security in the country. And the mainstreaming of climate change considerations is very critical with respect to key strategic priorities. These risks of climate change need to be integrated into short, medium, and long-term strategies, which I think the city is duly following in terms of balancing the supply and the use. It is vital also that we must monitor companies given tenders by the city in these huge projects and have departmental officials assigned and attached to these projects to gain experience for future so that there can be sustainability in terms of maintenance by internal staff. The UDM notes and recommend adherence to the views and recommendations from the National Treasury reflected on page 80 and 81 of this report, because they are very much critical and important, especially when it comes to budgetary obligations. Having said that, therefore, the UDM is supporting the item for the sake of providing a cushion to protect the citizens of this country against water scarcity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Nimmerhout.
Good morning, Speaker, colleagues. The Patriotic Alliance cannot support this proposed 10-year contract in its current form. While we support investment in water security and infrastructure development, we believe that committing the city to a decade-long financial obligation creates serious concerns around accountability, transparency, and future financial risk. A contract of this magnitude may limit future competition, reduce oversight opportunities, and lock residents into escalating costs over many years. The people of Cape Town deserve service delivery, but they also deserve responsible governance, regular review mechanisms, and stronger safeguards to protect public funds. For this reason, the Patriotic Alliance does not support the recommendation, and as it currently stands. So vir die liewe DA, blou duiweltjies, wil ek maar net sê, vlieg maar saggies. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lombi. Councillor Lombi, you must unmute yourself. You are unmuted on the side. Councillor Lombi. He's in the meeting. Yeah. Councillor Lombi, unmute. You are unmuted on the side. If you unmute yourself on your computer, you can speak. Otherwise, we're going to move on. Councillor Haynes, do you know where Councillor Lombi is? He is in the meeting.
Check, Speaker. I'm quickly going to check. Maybe just went to the loo quickly. Speaker, Councillor Lombi said that he has unmuted on his side, but there's difficulty for him to get to be heard.
No, we can't hear him at all. So I'm not sure what his problem is. Is he not next to anybody else?
Let me check, Speaker. Is there anybody else that needs to still speak? Can we move to the next speaker, please?
Well, then there's a final speaker on the item, which we can move on to if we're not going to get progress here. All right, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I just confirm that I'm audible?
Yes, continue.
It is an honor as a member of the Water and Sanitation Portfolio to table this item for Council's approval. And let me just thank our colleague, Councillor Makangwana, as well for his support on this item. Speaker, before Council today is the proposed approval of a long-term contract linked to Tender 308C, and this is for the provision of disciplinary professional services in respect of the water reuse projects. The contract, as indicated in the report, will run for a period of not exceeding 120 months or 10 years, and the total estimated value is 162,870,000 rand, inclusive of contract price adjustment and excluding VAT. A key part of the work relates to the Fora New Water Scheme, and this scheme is central to the city's long-term plan to diversify water resources and to reduce dependence on rainfall alone. Now, Madam Speaker, Cape Town knows what drought means. We know what water insecurity feels like. We know the fear which enters a household when taps starts to run dry. But we also know that leadership requires learning from crisis, not waiting for the next one. And now, Madam Speaker, as you know, I have two beautiful daughters, aged 2 years old and 2 months old. And one day, by God's grace, they will grow up in this city. One day, they will become young women. One day, they might get married, raise a family, and become committed citizens of Cape Town. When they open a tap in their home, they will not know the full detail of Tender 308C. They will not read every annexure before this council, and they will probably not remember this debate. But they will benefit from the decision we make today. They'll benefit from a city which did not sit back and hope for rain. They'll benefit from a city which planned, invested, and prepared. They will benefit from a government which understood its duty to build beyond the election cycle and beyond the immediate pressure of the day. This is what a well-run city does. A well-run city plans before collapse. A well-run city invests before crisis. A well-run city builds a system its children will inherit. Madam Speaker, this is why Cape Town is a cut above the rest. I encourage you, not pleasantly, but to indeed look at Johannesburg. Under an ANC and PA coalition, residents have seen distress, anger, frustration, and loss. Just listen to the headlines from recent news articles, and I quote, "Billions needed to sort water crisis. Community without water for 4 months. South Africa's most important city heading for disaster. Johannesburg trapped in a cycle of water crisis and poor communication," end quote. This is what happens when governments fail to plan. But it also happens when maintenance is delayed. Budgets are mishandled by corrupt political parties, and infrastructure is allowed to weaken year after year. Let this be a forewarning to parties like the Good Party, who have called actively on a Facebook group called Stop COCT for the city of Cape Town to cut down on spending on infrastructure. Cape Town must not follow that road. Cape Town must stay focused on the basics by producing clean world-class water to every home and invest in reliable infrastructure for the future generations. And to the orange conspiracy theorists on Stop COCT, let me be clear. This is not spending for the sake of spending. This is preparation for growth, resilience, and stability in our city. Now, Madam Speaker, hope is not a slogan. Hope is built through decisions like this. Hope is built when a city chooses discipline over decay. Hope is built when government plans for a child who is only 2 years old today, but who will one day depend on infrastructure we approve in this council. Madam Speaker, Cape Town works because it plans. Cape Town works because it invests. Cape Town works because it takes the future seriously. And Cape Town works because the DA governs it. And to the residents watching this, I say this plainly, keep Cape Town working because it works for all. And on June 2026, residents must register to vote to keep Cape Town working. Madam Speaker, I therefore move the recommendations 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3 as attained on page 86 of the council agenda. Thank you.
We have the recommendations on page 75. Those in favor of the recommendations? Thank you. Those against the recommendations? Kindly put in the box. Thank you. We'll take note of that for the vote. We move on then to the next item, which is item 10. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor Majuza. Councillor Majuza, you have been unmuted. We will give you a few more seconds. Councillor Majuza. I must assume he's not in the meeting. Yeah, but he's not present at his computer. Councillor Majuza. All right, Councillor Haynes, we'll have to move on. Councillor Majuza, you are not muted, so you may speak.
Now, yes.
Ah, there you go. All right, carry on. Okay, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. You almost throw me under the bus now by saying that I'm not in the meeting. I've never been not in the meeting without any apology, Speaker.
All right,
Speaker,
carry on.
page 269 and 270 of the discussion of this item poses a reflection, Speaker, that we always asked about our residents and business in respect of an inclusive economy, which seeks a very much desirable answer on how our growing SMMEs, particularly those operating within the financial sector, get to participate in these huge contracts. But we'll leave that, Speaker, rather than that one on the upcoming discussion of the supply chain management policy review. However, Speaker, in respect of the return on investment in regard of these huge contracts, which one believes forms part of our mandate of delivering the right quality of goods and services at the right time, place quantity, as the province is said on the above referred to supply chain management policy. In respect of the assessments taken by these insurance service providers in affording us to achieve the above, such service providers, Speaker, tend not to be prompt in executing this task, which is a much needed cornerstone in making sure that services are not delayed or denied to the intended beneficiaries. And one is referring to the many CRU cases, Speaker, that have been delayed to an extent by the time these assessments are concluded. People don't get to be afforded the services they deserve, such as the houses in Sub-Council 13 of the late Mr. Osang of NY1, that went on to this process to the point when his process was finalized, he had already passed on. The rental unit is situated at NY 145, which took years for its final approval for renovations to be reached. That resulted seeing this unit becoming a nuisance within the neighboring residents. The Ward 101 and 10108 Badale Community Hall and Block Compost Community Hall, respectively, was the deaf recreational facility was stripped to the ground, which all of these services have not been attended yet because of insurance delays. This, Speaker, brings us to the accountability question on these contracts and the assigned service providers, as these delays are always posed to councillors by residents, whilst the affected departments will also not provide any clear direction and cause of these delays. Which now the question stands that we need to be provided with the direct officials, Speaker, that are responsible for the execution of these contracts within the city of Cape Town. It is therefore, Speaker, as the ANC will move with the recommendations with the above mentioned concerns of delays being addressed. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Boyson.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue, please.
Thank you, Speaker, Mayor, councillors and officials. The purpose of this report is to obtain approval for the payment of premiums for the 2026-27 financial year for the reinsurance program of the city's general insurance fund, the fund, as well as for the payment of premiums for existing additional insurance covers not carried in the fund. Approval is also sought for the payment of any premiums for new insurance covers as and when required because of imminent risks identified during the above-mentioned financial year. Since all current insurance policies expire on the 30th of June 2026, Aon South Africa Pty Limited, the insurer, was requested to obtain quotations for renewal of the covers for the 2026-27 financial year only. which were accepted by the city's bid adjudication committee following a formal tender process. In submitting the premium rate quotations, the insurer has drawn attention to the fact that, in line with what is applicable to all local authorities, these quotations are only provisional terms. Due to the time lag between obtaining the benchmark premiums and final acceptance of the benchmark premiums, underwriters qualify the premiums as provisional to guard against any unfavorable or adverse changes that may occur in market conditions during the time lag period. In considering a comparison of the aggregate quotations received for the 2026-27 financial year with that of 2025 and 26, attention is drawn to the following. The aggregate overall premium cost for council for 2026-27 amounts to over 127 million rand compared to that of over 124 million rand in the current year. Despite the short-term insurance market remaining a volatile one, the insurer was able to negotiate favorably with the market to achieve equitable premiums in the broadest terms on most covers. It will be noted that the premium for fire and allied perils will only increase by a paltry 0.1%. The short-term market, however, remains a hard one, which has become entrenched in property insurance, and which in turn is then characterized by high premiums and or stricter terms and conditions. It is presently challenging to obtain insurers willing to insure high risk and high valued facilities without applying either high premiums or firmer terms and conditions or both. The SASRIA cover is a compulsory cover available in respect of losses arising from riots, strikes, and the actions of striking workers and civil commotion or unrest. SASRIA only offers a primary layer cover, and therefore the city must purchase an additional cover for excess of loss layer to ensure that it maintains a 1 billion rand in the aggregate cover, as properly advised by the broker, considering the prevalent risk. Accordingly, the insurer is willing to provide this additional cover at an unaltered premium compared to the current financial year. SASRIA has increased their overall premium rate substantially. Therefore, the total premium for SASRIA for 2026-27 for asset and motor amounts to almost 3 million rand more than that of the current financial year. Both the MyCity bus fleet and homeowners are insured independent of the fund under standalone policies. The premiums under review in this report include SASRIA cover. It must be advised that very few insurers are willing to cover these portfolios with equitable premiums and favorable terms and conditions. In conclusion, Speaker, let me state that the aggregate brokerage rebated to council for the 2026-27 financial year will amount to council saving over 32 million rand.
Thank
Speaker,
you. Conclude,
I therefore
Councillor.
move the recommendation on
Thank
page
you.
274 of the agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So the recommendations are
Speaker,
on
can I
page.
get your leniency? Just for a point of clarity.
The point of clarity, Councillor.
Yes, Speaker. My point of clarity, Speaker, is on the return on investment. And with incompetence that is coming from the same insurance service providers that fail to make sure that we achieve service delivery through delayed assessments. Is there a plan for on that regard, Speaker?
So
That's
I
my
think
point of clarity.
that is a valid question, and I think you should put that as a question to the mayor where we can get a written response. Because we're not going to get the response now. It needs to be researched. So if I can leave that with you, or is that in order with you?
No, that's in order, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a recommendation from page 268 onward. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. And those against the recommendation, please indicate one way or the other in the iron box. That's what the iron box is for. Okay, so we move on to item 11, and the first speaker here is Councillor Minnar. Councillor Minnar, you've been unmuted on this side. Thank you. Carry on.
Yes, Speaker. Okay. So first, as the NCC, we would like to send our heartfelt condolences to the family and our fellow colleagues in the EFF on the passing of Councillor Yeko. Speaker, And IDP is supposed to be the voice of the people, but somehow this DA-led government even managed to mess that up because the people are speaking, but the DA is not listening. Residents are asking, why are we paying wiring and service charges on electricity? Does the meter box belong to the DA or the resident? Because if it belongs to the DA, why must the residents keep paying extra charges on top of already expensive electricity? And God forbid a resident even touch one screw on that meter box. Then suddenly they call it tampering and people get fined. Even our indigent beneficiaries cannot afford the utility charges. Your DA councillors voted against the people. The poor are staying poor, the working class is drowning, pensioners are suffering, even households in the middle class areas are battling to survive under the tariffs and rates, and don't blame the High Court ruling and play politics with our people's lives for the increase after 1st of July. That is all the Democratic Alliance. Unemployment is sitting at crisis levels between people aged 35 to 50. Families are under pressure like never before. And while communities are flooded every winter, roads collapse and informal settlements suffer year after year. This DA still does not have residents convinced that there is a real winter-ready plan. Yet now the DA brings IDP amendments in the same budget year where the expenditure is already fixed tight. So let us be honest, come what may, the residents must pay. The DA keeps selling us lies and the people keep receiving the bill. The nerve you got by misleading our residents. Speaker, the NCC supports the IDP, but with serious concerns. And thank you.
En wie de rest vragen?
Councillor Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to express sincere condolences to the families of our beloved EFF councillor, Councillor Bulelani Yeko and Faita Amasle, who died in a car accident on the 16th of May 2026. Wishing the families strength and comfort in the face of such a devastating loss. Councillor Bulelani Yeko and Faita Amasle will be remembered as revolutionaries who died with their boots on. May their souls rest in peace. Die item voor ons vandag handel oor die laaste wysigings van die 5-jaarlikse geïntegreerde ontwikkelingsplan publieke insaag. Die DA het die afgelope 20 jaar beloof dat hulle huise gaan bou. Mense wag nog steeds vandag op waglyste vir meer as 20 jaar. Die DA het beloof dat hulle gedienste erwe vir die huislose mense gaan beskikbaar stel om huise te bou. Inteendeel, hulle het die afgelope 20 jaar net gronde verkoop. Die DA het beloof dat hulle wêreldklas dienste gaan lewer. Inteendeel, die geïntegreerde ontwikkelingsplan is 'n rookskerm en behoort in die asblik en op vullishope wat oral rond lê in gemeenskappe, riool wat loop in strate en in huise. Kaapstad se paaie en veral in informele nedersettings is vol groot slaggate en 'n duidelike bewys van agteruitgang en gebrekkige dienslewering. Die beplande bou van 'n apartheidsmuur langs die N2 snelweg van 180 miljoen. Ons moet gaan kyk 'n bietjie terug in die reisdagboek van die burgemeester wanneer hy in Amerika was. Amerika wat bekend is vir die oprigting van mure. Die DA is niks anders as 'n klomp Donald Duck volgelinge. Baie van die NP DP raadslede wat vandag in die raad sit se paas en oupas was.
Councillor Arnold, can I ask you just to give the interpreter a second to catch up? Mr. Interpreter?
As I started from the beginning.
No, he's going to catch up to where you are, and then he'll carry on.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, you may start.
Can I translate now? I refer to the last amendments which were made for the IDP. The DA promised building houses, and people have been waiting, and the DA service sites. The DA IDP was just a smoke screen. And if one looks at the belongings in the sewerage that are on the streets and the potholes, one looks at the mayor's diary. If one compares the America is Donald Duck followers.
All right, Mr. Arnold, Councillor, you are going to continue.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Die beplande oprigting van 'n apartheidsmuur langs die N2 snelweg van 180 miljoen moet ons 'n bietjie gaan kyk terug in die reisdagboek van die burgemeester wanneer hy in Amerika was. Amerika wat bekend is vir die oprigting van mure. Die DA is niks anders as 'n klomp Donald Duck volgelinge. Baie van die NP DA raadslede wat vandag in die raad sit se paas en se oupas was verantwoordelik vir die skeiding van ons mense, nie net deur groepsgebiede en paaie nie, maar ook deur mure. Dit is hoekom almal in die DA net moet saamstem en sê, ja, kleinbaas. Die ekonomiese vryheidsvegters verwerp die DA se GOP en die handjievol DA-ondersteuners se insa, wat net 'n herhaling is van gebrekkige dienslewering in gebiede soos Mitchells Plain, Atlantis, Nyanga, Luandle en vele ander reg oor die stad.
Thank you.
My time is not up yet,
yes.
Speaker.
We're catching up. Thank you. We're just going to catch up. Thank you.
If one looks at the sewerage that is there, it's on the streets and a lot of potholes, and one looks at the mayor's diary, if one compares, for example, America this is a Donald Duck followers. Now one looks at the planned erection of walls on the N2, for example, if one compares this with America, which is known for building walls. Many DA members like fathers and grandfathers.
Thank you, Councillor. You had 3 minutes.
So the
you had
EFF
3 minutes and a half.
Rejects the DA IDP.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We get that. Thank you very much. Sorry, you're over your time, Councillor. So we need to move on to the next speaker, Councillor van der Ross.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker, Mayor, councillors, officials, members of the public and the media. Speaker, we also, as a Democratic Alliance, as we did in the beginning of the meeting, send our sincere condolences and bereavement with not only the EFF, but the family of Councillor Yeko and all those that passed in the car accident. Speaker, the IDP remains the city's principal strategic planning instrument. It is more than just a policy document. This is a roadmap that guides how we plan, budget, develop infrastructure during delivering services and improve the quality of life for all our residents. Every program, every project, every investment made by the city must align with the priorities and objectives contained in this very same IDP. In terms of local government, the Municipal Systems Act, Councillor Minnaar and Councillor Arnold, municipalities are required to review their IDPs annually and ensure that they remain relevant, responsive, and aligned with changing circumstances and community needs. The amendments before us today are therefore not only a legislative requirement, but also an important demonstration of responsiveness and accountable governance. Speaker, the review process undertaken by the city is thorough, inclusive, and consultative. The review commenced during July to August 2025, followed by the formal amendments process in September 25. Council committees were afforded opportunities to participate and propose amendments as part of their oversight role. Importantly, all proposals had to comply with the prescribed legislative process and requirements. The proposed amendments before Council today are informed by the outcomes of the review process, the strategic direction of our Executive Mayor, and contributions from members of Council. Some of the amendments stand as follows. Economic growth focuses on creating jobs, attracting investment, supporting businesses, and growing Cape Town's economy through innovation and infrastructure. With basic services, we prioritize reliable water, electricity, sanitation, and energy resilience to improve quality of life for residents. With infrastructure and mobility, we aim to build and maintain modern infrastructure, roads, and transport systems that connect communities with economic opportunities. In safety and security, we strengthen our law enforcement. We make sure we have violence prevention and community partnerships to create safer neighborhoods. With housing and spatial transformation, we supports the affordable housing, improved informal settlements, and better spatial integration across the city. With public spaces, environment, and amenities, focuses on cleaning waterways, quality parks, healthy public spaces, and environmental sustainability. In transport, we promote safe, affordable, integrated, and accessible public transport for all residents. With resilience and sustainability, the city's builds the city's ability to respond to climate change, water security, disasters, and energy challenges. Innovation and governance drives modern, collaborative, and people-centered governance through innovation and improved service delivery. With health and social development, we promote healthier communities, social cohesion, and improved well-being for vulnerable residents. And with youth and skills development, we invest in education, skills, and opportunities to empower young people to improve employability. Speaker, this demonstrates the collaborative approach to strengthening the city's long-term vision and ensuring that our planning remains relevant and practical. Equally important is the role of public participation in the process. This proposed amendments and review outcomes were advertised for public comment during March to April 2026 for required 21 days. This ensured that residents, stakeholders, and interested parties had the opportunity to engage with the proposed changes. I believe it's significant that no objectives were received during the public participation process. Instead, comments were submitted with largely supportive and many constructive in nature. Many residents proposed ideas for future consideration, particularly around public realm development, land release, and improving the ease of doing business in our city. This reflects the public that is engaged, hopeful, and committed to working alongside the city to build a better future. Speaker, it is important to note that the amendment cycle presents the final amendments as indicated by Councillor Arnold. Therefore, approval of these amendments ensures compliance with the Municipal Systems Act and related regulations. Failure to comply with these legislative requirements may expose the city's audit findings and governance risks. Approving the amendments therefore supports good governance, accountability, and sound administration. The recommendation before us, Speaker, is clear. We are requested to consider the public comments received, approve the outcomes of the IDP review contained in Annexure A, and approve the proposed amendments contained in Annexure B. Speaker, therefore, the city continues to demonstrate its commitments to strategic planning, service delivery, and excellence. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 280. Those in favor of the recommendation, thank you. Those against the recommendation or support, put in the iron box. Thank you very much. We move on to the next item. The first speaker on that item is Councillor McMahon. Ian.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thanks very much. Speaker, I rise in support of this item. The reality is that the current informal trading framework for the CBD dates back almost a decade, and the operational realities in the inner city have changed significantly since then. Pedestrian movement has changed, public transport pressures have changed, and the demand on public space has increased substantially. So in looking at this, it must work for the residents, it must work for the commuters, it must work for the businesses, and importantly, it must also work for the informal traders trying to earn an honest living and support their family. That's why this item matters. Why these proposed precinct-based plans also recognize is that there are different parts of the city that function differently. The realities around Green Market Square are not the same as St. George's Mall. Roadside trading environments function differently to heritage-sensitive areas like Boerkaap, and Companies Gardens carries its own unique pedestrian and recreational pressures. A more focused precinct-level approach allows the city to manage these spaces more effectively. Speaker, importantly, this item is also not about reducing informal trading opportunities in the CBD. In fact, the opposite. The total number of approved trading bays across the CBD with this plan, as well as the Grand Parade plan recently passed, increases the number of bays from 913 to 942. That's over a 3% increase. What changes is the distribution and management of those opportunities. In areas where there has historically been over-concentration and operational pressure, such as parts of Adderley Street and Strand Street around the train station, this plan introduces a more balanced approach. At the same time, additional opportunities are being created in other suitable locations around Plain Street, Castle Street, and other identified trading environments. Speaker, I also want to address the concerns around Strand Street and the public transport interchange. This is one of the busiest and most operationally sensitive transport nodes in the city, and the situation there had become increasingly difficult to manage. There were serious concerns around congestion, pedestrian movement, emergency access, and also unlawful activity occurring under the guise of informal trading. That environment was not functioning properly, neither for the commuters nor the legitimate traders trying to operate responsibly. But importantly, there was never about removing livelihoods. It was about restoring order and functionality to a critical interchange while relocating and accommodating traders in a more appropriate nearby trading area. Speaker, supporting informal trading does not mean abandoning management of public space. Well-managed trading environments are what ultimately protect the long-term sustainability of informal trading itself. At the core, this item creates a clearer, more practical, more sustainable framework for informal trading in the Cape Town CBD and surrounding precincts. For these reasons, Speaker, I support the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We move on. The second speaker there is Councillor Janse van Vuuren. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Speaker. Am I audible?
You are indeed. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker, fellow councillors, members of the public and the media. While we recognize the economic importance of informal trading for many families, we must listen to the voices of the residents and established business owners who have expressed serious concern during the public participation process. These are not merely comments, they are the lived experience of citizens who feel their rights to a safe, clean, and peaceful environment are being secondary to continued unregulated expansion. Firstly, let us look at the Boerkaap. Residents have pointed out that the current management of these areas is failing and keep failing, and they are not happy with the new plan. They speak of tourist congestion that makes it impossible to even walk out of their front doors, a lack of respect for their local culture and religion, and a worrying increase in crime and antisocial behavior. The proposal for a 7-day trading week in Boerkaap is unrealistic and ignores the community's request for flexibility that prioritizes weekend trading and local resident participation. It seems balance will remain a problem even with the new plan. Secondly, the situation at Green Market Square is equally concerning. Residents of Market House and surrounding buildings are subjected to noise from setup as early as 5 a.m. They report that the square is left in an unacceptable state of litter every evening and that antisocial behavior after hours makes the area feel unsafe. Furthermore, the market has become so tourist-oriented that it has lost its soul as a community space for local entrepreneurs. Speaker, the core of the problem is again that our informal trading areas are not sufficiently managed or controlled. We see a pattern of inconsistent enforcement of existing bylaws. When the city fails to enforce rules on noise, litter, and demarcated bays, it creates a free-for-all environment that undermines law and order. We cannot simply adopt new plans if we do not have the capacity or the political will to manage the ones we already have. We also note the objections from traders themselves, particularly regarding the Strand Street and Plaza site locations. By ignoring high footfall areas that are economically viable, we risk pushing traders into spaces where they cannot survive, while simultaneously failing to manage the congestion in the hubs they naturally gravitate toward. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus support the need for updated plans to replace the outdated 2016 framework, but our support is tempered by grave concerns. Without a drastic improvement in management, strict enforcement of trading hours, mandatory cleaning obligations for permit holders, and a real commitment to public safety, these plans will only aggravate the current problems. We implore the city to please prioritize the rights of residents to peace and safety alongside economic development. The Freedom Front Plus will be monitoring the implementation and enforcement of these plans very closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jacobs.
Ja. Speaker, kan je horen, speaker?
Ja, gaan maar aan.
Speaker, kan je horen?
Yes, Councillor.
Speaker,
Carry on.
NCC kan niet die support, speaker. Maar wat ons gezien het in Lente hier, in Town Center, in een Pelican Park, is nie een vyver van ons strijders, ons brokers, ons mensen, ze stukje brood wat de mond heeft gehaald. Die meneer praat van building Cape Town, terwijl jullie die dia ons mensen afbreek. Ons mensen het nie kos op die tafel nie. Hulle praat van relocating en accommodating. Weet julle wat gebeur daai tyd? Ons mense verloor inkomste. Maar as julle wat julle city wil mooi maak, terwyl julle mense van die city moet onderlei. So die hele proses moet oorgesien word, speaker. Die mense wat vote op die items, as aan jonger as die Green Market Square. Hulle ken nie Green Market Square, maar hulle gaan maak besluit op Green Market Square. Hoe was dit moontlik, speaker? Ons mense moet terugkom na realiteit. Julle maak besluite wat nie in guns is van ons mense nie. Ons brokers onderlei. Julle wil nou die implement by Gatesville, julle wil die implement by Poolkaap, julle wil die implement by Green Market Square, terwyl die inkomste gewees het vir mense al die jare. Speaker, die remind me van die apartheid. Julle wil ons confine en regulate in a certain space, speaker. En dit is nie reg nie. Ons mense
Thank you,
is
your
lang
time's
oor
up.
die dia
Thank
in
you.
Kaapstad.
Can the interpreter just...
To the dia.
Thank you. Your time's up, Councillor.
Referring to Pelican Park, I mean, it would appear that the people's bread is taken away from their mouths, and people are losing income. The people voting on this item do not know what they're doing. For example, let's look at Gatesville, Green Market Square, and you have to confine and regulate us.
Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to the next speaker, Councillor Hyam.
Speaker, the item before us updates the way informal trading is managed in some of the most important public spaces in our city. As my colleague noted, much has changed in the city since the current informal trading plan for the CBD was approved in 2016. And the reality is that a single ward-wide trading plan no longer reflects the different needs of places like Green Market Square, St. George's Mall, Companies Garden, roadside trading areas, and importantly for me as the ward councillor, the Boerkaap. And that is exactly what this item seeks to address. Rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, it introduces smaller precinct-based plans that are more practical, responsive, and aligned to how these spaces function. Speaker, this matters because informal trading is an important part of our local economy, and one approach cannot work for communities as unique and diverse as those across Cape Town. These plans seek to strike the right balance, supporting livelihoods and small businesses while ensuring that trading takes place in a safe, accessible, and well-managed environment. Importantly also, these plans have not emerged in isolation. There has been extensive engagement with interested and affected parties to ensure they respond to local realities and concerns. Because successful trading environments must work for traders, for residents, businesses, and the broader public. Speaker, I want to speak specifically to the Boerkaap. In February this year, we officially opened the Boerkaap market, a reimagining of an historic public space in front of Sporlander House, shaped through extensive engagement and careful planning to respect the heritage, the character, and the people of the area. The market has shown what thoughtful, planned trading spaces can achieve. We have already seen local entrepreneurs beginning to benefit from a formal, better managed trading environment. Traders like Nafisa Dante, Amara Lackey, and Ishmael Daniels are examples, among many others, of residents building livelihoods while sharing the flavors, culture, and entrepreneurial spirit that makes the Bo-Kaap so special. That matters, because when we invest in business-friendly trading environments, we create opportunities for local enterprise to grow and for communities to benefit from their own talent and creativity. Speaker, there's a further Phase 2 development planned for the Bo-Kaap market. During construction, an historic well was uncovered on the site, an unexpected but exciting discovery given the heritage significance of the area. While this delayed the completion of ablution and storage facilities, it also gave us an opportunity to rethink the design. Following engagement with heritage authorities and the community, revised plans have been developed that incorporate the well as a unique feature of the market while reflecting the history of the site. We have recently completed public participation on this revised design and look forward to Phase 2 progressing next year. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that while this plan is an important step forward, it is not the end of the conversation. In fact, I believe Councillor van Vuuren has referenced comments submitted by myself during the public participation process, acknowledging that there is still more work to be done, including the activation of the space, practical trading arrangements, flexibility, and ensuring management and enforcement are fair and consistent. Some aspects will require refinement as we learn from implementation, but we remain committed to working with traders, with residents, community organizations, and officials to ensure this becomes the thriving community space we all want it to be. Speaker, what this item ultimately delivers is more practical and sustainable frameworks for informal trading. It improves management, creates greater clarity, and recognizes that different places require different approaches. Speaker, this is how we support local enterprise, strengthen communities, and build a more inclusive economy in the city of Cape Town. I therefore support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a point of clarity asked for by Councillor Goliath. Councillor Goliath, what is your point of clarity?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
You're audible.
I was trying to understand why Councillor Jacobs was cut off.
Okay, that's not a point of clarity. Thank you, Councillor Jacobs. If you could, there's 60 seconds in a minute, and you had 120 seconds. So he was over time. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The recommendation is on page 438. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. We have support. Those against the recommendation or supporting or abstaining, please put in the iron box. Then we move on to the next item. Please watch your time, councillors. Item 15. The first speaker is Councillor Oliver. Councillor Oliver, you may proceed. You're unmuted on the side.
Madam Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Carry on.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the UIM, we want to send our condolences to the EFF and then also to the family of Councillor Yeko. Madam Speaker, this informal trading plan for Nova Park has a fatal flaw. It helps street traders, but ignores our tuck shop economy entirely. Nova Park has dozens of small tuck shops operating from homes and garages. They employ locals and serve the community daily. Yet this plan offers them nothing, no permits, no waste services, no path to formalization. Meanwhile, the city is actively targeting tuck shop residents. Pensioners selling koekjes from their homes have received notices threatening fines of 800,000 or 20 years in jail for selling baked goods. The deputy mayor says the city only targets formal house shops, but tell that to elderly residents who have received the letters. So our concern, Madam Speaker, is four. One, the real consultation with tuck shop owners. Two, unfair competition. Street traders gets permits, tuck shops. get nothing. 3, a two-tier informal economy that breeds resentment. 4, a staggering double standard helping one group while threatening the other with ruinous fines and jail. I demand equal opportunity. I call for a 60-day consultation with tuck shop owners, a clear path to formalization, permits, hygiene checks, waste collection, equal enforcement and fees, and an immediate moratorium of fines against home-based tuck shops. We support this informal trade with concern, and we ask that the same support not just be given to them, but be given to all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Majuza.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Continue,
Speaker,
thank you.
This item, which is on the consideration of the shared informal trading plan, I would like to appeal, Speaker, to our fiduciary conscience and our role as municipal lawmakers. Somlo, uMzantsi Afrika unomgaqo-siseko osuthwelise uxanduva lokuqinisekisa ukubana singomasipala imithetho esiyisekelayo nemiqathango esiyilumkelayo abantu inganyashi amalungelo oluntu ngokwezicengcelezo ezimiselwe kulo mgaqo-siseko. Ndithi ke Speaker, mandiyibeke ngesixhosa ukwenzela abantu abaza kuthi bachaneke apha beve. Speaker, Section 22 of the South African Constitution clearly states that every citizen has a fundamental right to freely choose their trade amongst many. Whilst the section further specifies, Speaker, that the practice of these trades or professions may be regulated, which we agree, but such regulations should not be arbitrary and must serve a legitimate objective. Furthermore, Speaker, taking us back to my opening statement, as this council...
Can
Yes,
you
Speaker.
just hold that so we can catch up with the interpreter? And we'll come back to you to conclude. Right.
The South African Constitution has laws which make it a point that one should not interfere with the constitution of this country.
Can I continue, Speaker?
Yes, continue.
Without my statement being distorted, all I was saying that Section 22 clearly defies what we're speaking about today. Furthermore, Speaker, taking us back to my opening statement, as this council, we have the responsibility of making sure all of our bylaws, policies, and plans always remain in line with this directive of the Supreme Statute of our country and protect the rights of the entire citizenry of this country. Speaker, in 2020, our provincial counterparts came up with the findings that our province, particularly the city of Cape Town in this context, is an unemployment crisis. And the mostly affected are the African and colored communities. But still, the improvements on these findings is very minuscule, Speaker. We subsequently found ourselves facing a dire situation on the level of poverty lines, which in turn results in the ever-increasing crime statistics and societal dysfunctionality. Yet, Speaker, we want to just arbitrarily come up with plans and bylaws that seeks to defy our residents a right that is clearly set on Section 22 of the Constitution, further neglecting the basis of lawmaking, which is to consider social factors, social economic factors as referred to the above, using the provincial government's findings on the reasons behind the experienced high poverty lines in the mentioned areas. The recommendation, Speaker, posed at Sub-Council 11-47, which is an example of, Speaker, I have 3 minutes.
You had 2 minutes already. Your time is 2 minutes.
The interpreter took my time, Speaker. Check
No,
your
the
clock,
interpreter, we suspend the timing for the interpreter because that takes a while. So your time is up, sir. Thank you very much. Councillor van der Rede.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, am I audible? Speaker,
Yes.
can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, good morning, colleagues. Speaker, I asked State Councillor Oliver familiarize himself with the national legislation, Chair, that governs the house shops and a directive that the president gave when there were children that died in another province from buying goods from house shops, Chairperson. And we've got enabling legislation, so we are obliged by law to comply with national legislation as local government. And that is that I just need to familiarize himself, because councillors are creatures of statute and we don't have the right, we have a duty to oblige to that legislation, Chair. Chair, I rise as the ward councillor for Ward 47, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand what the Hanover Park market means to our people, I rise in strong and unequivocal support of the adoption of the Hanover Park informal trading plan.
But this is not merely an administrative process. It is not simply about demarcation-based regulations or compliance frameworks. Today represents a milestone moment for Hanover Park and the broader vision of inclusive economic growth within our city. The plan is about people, it's about livelihoods, it's about dignity, and it's about unlocking opportunity in a community that has long carried both immense challenges and immense potential. The Hanover Park market is far more than a marketplace. It is an economic ecosystem. It is a place where generations of families have worked, sacrificed, and built futures for themselves through honest trade. It's a place filled with stories of resilience, determination, and hope. Some traders have operated in this market for more than 30 years. They have become pillars of our local economy and symbols of perseverance. One of the many examples is Buta Boy, who has traded at this market every single day for more than 20 years. Through informal trading, he was able to provide for his family, put his children to primary school, secondary school, and even university. Today, one of his daughters owns and operates her own business within the very same market her father helped build through hard work and sacrifice. So, Speaker, this is about legacy. This is generational empowerment. And this is why this plan matters so deeply. Colleagues, success does not always come in conventional way that society often expects or measures. Not every entrepreneur starts in a corporate office or behind a desk. Some begin behind a fruit stall. Some begin selling spices, sweets, books, clothing, cook sisters, or samosas to support their families and chase a dream. And Hanover Park has all of that. We have the fruit and vegetable vendors who wake up before sunrise. We have traders selling sweets and spices that reflects the rich cultures and diversity of this beautiful community. We have clothing traders, book vendors, the beloved aunties whose sisters and samosas bring people from across the area to the market. These traders are not simply selling products, they are contributing to the identity, culture, and heartbeat of Hanover Park. They create movement within our local economy as their businesses grow. They create employment opportunities for local residents as well. Every thriving trader creates a possibility for another family to earn an income, for another young person to find work, and for another household to experience hope. Colleagues, the Hanover Park Informal Trading Plan proposes almost 100 formal trading opportunities strategically placed around our CBD. This is significant. This is transformative. This is direct investment into local economic and participation and entrepreneurship. This plan will create greater opportunities for aspiring traders. It will expand the footprint of the market and create a more accessible and competitive trading environment. It will eliminate exclusion and allow more people the opportunity to participate in the economy in a meaningful way. Importantly, this plan will improve the overall management and functionality of the facility. It will strengthen compliance with safety standards, improve organization within the trading environment, and ensure that public spaces remain safe, structured, and economically enabling. And when we conducted site visits with the market alongside city officials, I saw something remarkable, Speaker. I saw passion, I saw commitment, I saw officials who were not merely processing paperwork, but people who genuinely envisage what the future of this market could become. Standing there, we collectively envisage a thriving economic hub in the heart of Hanover Park, a place where traders are supported, where businesses can grow sustainably, where customers feel welcome, and where economic activity contributes meaningfully to the community upliftment. And this is the vision already being supported by tangible investment, significant upgrades and infrastructure improvements that has already been undertaken within the informal market environment. The city has invested resources into repairs, maintenance, infrastructure upgrades, and security interventions. So, Speaker, I want to thank the Mako member, his staff, and everyone that has realized this.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Meyer, you indicated you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to yield to the Deputy Mayor to respond on the matter.
All right. Can we allow the Deputy Mayor to respond on the house shops issue that was raised?
Speaker, thank you so much. I think Alderman van der Rede covered most of what I wanted to say. Maar as ek net kan sê, as raadslid vir Laaswit Oliver, as die pot mis dat 'n persoon was, dan wat is werklik, dan is jy so 'n persoon wat ons definieer as die pot wat misgesit was. Because a house shop is supported, it is enabled by applicable legislation, because as a city of Cape Town, we recognize the revenue it generates. It ensures that they're able to cover their basic needs. This includes food and shelter, and bus fare and taxi fare to get through the week. And I want to thank Alderman van der Rede because he's covered succinctly all of those key aspects of the enabling legislation. And we are, Councillor Oliver, we are having an engagement in Hanover Park, once the venue is confirmed, a broader conversation, not just focusing on house shops, but also ECDs, and of course the ARU, Affordable Rental Units Program as well. I just wanted to add those additional points, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 653. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. We have a proposer, seconder. Those against? The recommendation is carried. Thank you. We move on to the next item, C18, and the first speaker there is Councillor Notwala.
Speaker, on behalf of the Good Party, let me firstly send my condolences to the family and friends of the fallen EFF Councillor Yeko. Strength to the fighters. Speaker, Cape Town is not for sale. In every council meeting we have in Cape Town, land that can and must be used for housing and to benefit the public is being sold by the DA. We are in the middle of a housing crisis created by the DA. This item where we are being asked to approve the sale of this residential property is one of many items in today's agenda where the City of Cape Town is selling valuable land. The Good Party rejects this, as we have done before and as we will continue doing. I have counted about 14 pieces of land in this agenda that we are being asked to approve for sale. These pieces of land are in Mitchell's Plain, Wynberg, Belleville, Grassy Park, and Pelican Park, among other areas. Combined, these 14 pieces of land total just over 10,500 square meters. This is the size of a stadium, and we are in the middle of a housing crisis. There is also another piece of land in Philippi of just over 5,000 square meters that you are asking us to approve for sale, while there are people living there. You are asking us to agree to evict people living in that informal settlement in Philippi so that you can sell that land without a plan for these people, for the people living there. The Good Party rejects this. There is also another piece of land, the foreshore land parking area just next door to these council chambers, with a total size of 10,965 square meters, the size of another stadium. This is all land that we should be prioritizing for affordable and inclusionary housing so that locals can afford to live in this city. If Cape Town had an inclusionary housing policy, the foreshore land could benefit some of the over 20,000 City of Cape Town working class employees that have to spend up to 40% of their income on transport to get here. Unfortunately, the mayor told us this will not happen.
Thank
Speaker,
you, Councillor Fisher. Councillor Jay Fisher.
Speaker, I cannot unmute myself.
Yes, we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. Good morning all, Madam Speaker. I rise to support item C18-526 regarding the proposed disposal by the way of demolishing and not sale of the structure situated on a portion of 7460 at 21 Karoo Street, Belleville. This proposal is both practical and responsible. The property in question has unfortunately deteriorated into a severely dilapidated and neglected structure. The valuation report confirms that the building is in a poor condition with damaged wooden floors and ceilings, deteriorated doors and windows, overgrown vegetation and asbestos roofing. It is no longer viable or suitable for residential occupation. Council has also been informed that the estimated value of the improvements after applying the required depreciation factor is approximately 415,000 excluding VAT. In its current state, retaining the structure offers very limited value to the city or to the surrounding community. Importantly, this recommendation complies fully with the provisions of the MA Act and the municipal assets transfer regulations. The required public participation process was followed. The proposal was advertised on the city's website, and no objections were received from the public or from internal departments. Colleagues, this is not demolition for the sake of demolition. The site forms part of the future Maria Street widening scheme and aligns with the city approved integrated transport plan for 23-28. The demolition will therefore support future transport infrastructure improvements and broader public benefit. I also wish to highlight that provision has been made for the retention of the on-site trees, ensuring that environmental considerations are respected as part of this process. Through this approval, City Council will remove a neglected and unsafe structure, unlock future transport-related development opportunities, and ensure that city-owned assets are managed responsibly and in the best interest of residents. I therefore request Council support for the recommendation contained in this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. So the recommendations are on page 867. Those in favour of the recommendations, thank you. Second, thank you. Those against or in favour or abstaining, please put it in the iron box. And then we move on to the next item, C20. And the first speaker there is Councillor Admiral. Councillor, you've been unmuted.
Yebo. Good day, Madam Speaker. Good day, Madam Speaker, colleagues. The Patriotic Alliance cannot support the sale of earth number 30203, situated at Herschel Way, Bella, extension 23 in its current form. Speaker, public land is being sold for only 187,000 rand, excluding VAT, despite serious concerns that the property is valued at 750,000 rand, excluding VAT, Madam Speaker. Yet, the city refuses to clearly disclose who the buyer is, what the future plans are, and how exactly this deal will benefit the people of Bella, my people, Madam Speaker. This property was previously used as a soup kitchen, serving vulnerable residents in the community. Its history is one of community support and upliftment, not secrecy or unanswered questions, Madam Speaker. We are also concerned that the ward councillor, Alderman Willie Jefter, has shown a tendency of failing to properly conduct meaningful public participation with the community on important matters affecting the residents of Ward 12, Madam Speaker. The residents of Ward 12 deserve transparency, accountability, and proper public consultation before public assets are being sold off. So until the deal-led City of Cape Town provides full transparency, we as the Patriotic Alliance cannot and will not support the sale of the mentioned property because we stand with the people. Van ons by zijn, Madam Speaker. Dank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cotti.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Carry on.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Mayor, councillors, officials, and members of the public on this platform, let me also express our sincere condolences to the Yeko family and the EFF at large from the ANC side. Also, Eid Mubarak to our Muslim communities that will be celebrating Eid tomorrow. Also, Speaker, good luck to our national team, soccer team, Bafana Bafana, for the World Cup starting soon. Speaker, on this item 20, City seeks approval for the transfer of city-owned land by virtue of public competition at the property situated at 43 Herschel Road in Bella, extension 23, Bella, Pentec area. The ANC do not support the selling of this particular property. Speaker, let me also say to you that when this property was transferred to us, I was also part of a ward committee when we agreed that this property must be used for a soup kitchen many years ago. And then the ward councillor then gave this property to a DA member in the area. And this particular DA member, Speaker, then pocketed rent money through the city facility when he hired out this facility to public out in the area. Speaker, this property is situated in Pentec, extension 23, Bella, and this community has not been has not had any facilities whatsoever of recreation, both for the community and also to our young people in the area. And more people are moving into this area. So the city must not sell this property, but instead they must build up a facility for our young people and our communities in this particular area. And the mayor said earlier in his speech, we must invest in our communities. So, Speaker, the ANC do not support this item. But, Speaker, in terms of page 916, it indicates that property is about just over 1,000 square meters and is for community purposes. No comments were received from the ward councillor, and he was notified on the 17th of November last year. The ward councillor did not make any comments because he does not stay in the ward. He does not have interest the interest of the community at heart. He does not have any community participation, no community consultation, and he has been a councillor for 20 years. Hy was 'n raadslid vir 20 jaar en het nog nooit 'n gemeenskapsvergadering gehou in die Pentek area nie. Speaker, so therefore, the ANC says that instead of selling the property, we must build up the facility for a community facility in the area. So we reject the selling of this particular property. Speaker, in conclusion, the DA and the ward councillor want to sell this particular property to their underworld friends so they can get kickbacks for election purposes. As the previous councillor has been saying, the DA councillor, Alderman Zafta, is an embarrassment to our communities in our area by supporting this item for selling and not for community purposes. We have built more houses in this area. More houses is coming, but still the Pentek area has not seen any development whatsoever when it comes to youth recreation facilities or any community amenities. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffter.
Yes, good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I greet you from the head office of Bella. And these two councillors that just spoke, Speaker, you know, they make me laugh because they didn't read the agenda. They don't understand the agenda. They don't know. They're so out of touch of what's happening in the ward. Councillor Koti says, I never had meetings for 20 years. What is he talking about? Shame on him. Let me come to Councillor Adenal. Councillor Adenal, I know you are a new councillor. Let me explain to you what is happening here. This is the proposed granting of in principle approval for the transfer of city-owned vacant by public competitive process. I'm going to stop there so that you don't get confused if I read further. Councillor Adenal, you said we don't want to tell you now who is the buyer. How can we tell you who is the buyer? There was no auction yet. This is one of the processes that we're going through so that we can come to the auction. My goodness me. Please read it. Let me tell you one thing, Speaker. And then he says public participation was not done. He received the email on the 19th of November, 2025. That is Councillor Adenal. And he belongs to that sub-council. Councillor Koti, you belongs to the ward committee. You all received notification of the intention to sell that property. Sir Koti, Sir Adenal, it went on your chats. You know the chats that we belong to. Koti's on one chat, you on several chats that I'm with 25 chats. That thing, during November, it was in that chats. People queried it and you are aware of that. And now you come and tell lies here that the community doesn't know that. I expected that from you. I expected because you don't have a clue what's happening in the ward and in the council. To Councillor Koti, let me tell you one thing. I'm staying here in Bella for 46 years. That's before you came to Bella. I know exactly what's happening in Bella, exactly what's happening in Bella. So I only stay one street away from my ward. But I know I was part of Bella when they built the houses. Speaker, let me tell you one thing. The public participation was done correctly. And of course, it was in the burger, die koerante wat hulle verniet kry. It was in there. It was in there. And all over in the newspaper, it was there. From the sub-council, from the Tiger Burger, it was there. Now, I just want to give you a history because these two guys are councillors, they don't know what they're talking about, to be blunt with them. 20 years ago, what allocations was used to build the structure? It was intended to put a container there, but the sub-council decided to build a concrete slab structure. A concrete slab structure that was 20 years ago. We serviced the people out of that place. Then the unfortunate happened recently that somebody decided to vandalize the building. It's vandalized beyond repair, Madam Speaker. We can't repair it. The department has decided, and I agree with them, if we sell this to a community organization or a church, they can look after it. They can do whatever they want to do. Let me tell you, maybe these two councillors don't know what a CO1 means. That is for community purposes. There's 1,000 square meters, 1,048 square meters. The community can do anything there. The organizations are looking for places like that. They keep on calling me, churches calling me, can't we buy that place? We will look after it. We will do the necessary changes to that. When we talk about a city of hope, we continue to build a city of hope. We're giving hope to the organizations who can fulfill their dreams of having their own property. Instead of renting properties or working from their homes, yeah, they have got the opportunity to have their own property, and yeah, they've got the opportunity to service the community out of the building that's going to be there. So on that note, Speaker, I want to say thank you to the officials.
Conclude. Thank you.
And
thank
I would
you,
like
Councillor.
to thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
I move that we
Thank
accept.
you. The recommendation is on page 914. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Thank you. Those in favour or against, please indicate in the iron box. Thank you very much. The recommendation is carried. We move on to volume 2B, and the first speaker on item 21, C21, is Councillor P. Boy.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, you are. May I carry on?
Greetings, Speaker, and the House at large. Let me first send my condolences to both families and the entire organization, the family of Councillor Yeko and Amahle. May their soul rest in peace. Speaker, the economic freedom fighters accept the item with reservations. The city of Cape Town must stop the selling of public land in black and colored townships. The continued auction of land in Mitchell's Plain, Kaili, Chanyanga, Langa, Guguletu, and other townships to private developers by calling it a revenue generation. We call it dispossession round 2. The expropriation of land without compensation, pillar number 1 of the economic freedom fighters, make it clear that land is the foundation of economic freedom. The land was taken from our people through colonialism and apartheid. It was never meant to become a commodity for the highest bidder. The reality is clear. Over 440,000 applicants and registered on the City Housing Need Register. Across the Western Cape, the backlog is 620,000 families waiting for the housing. Some have been waiting since 1993 and 2001, and some passed on while waiting, left their children homeless. Yet the city-owned budget document shows no major inner city social housing project funded over 50 million. Instead, 247 million is earmarked to build mixed-use housing further away from CBD, entrenching community costs and spatial apartheid. This is logic apartheid, not by law, but by land use and budget choices. You sell well-located public land while millions of families remain in waiting lists. Every plot sold is a clinic, a school, a house, a future that disappears. It pushes the poorest of the poor residents further to periphery, while inner city is reserved for those who can afford it. We demand an immediate moratorium on all sales in townships. Audit all city-owned land in these areas. Earmark it for social housing community facilities and redistribution to the people. Land belongs to the people, not developers. Not to balance your books. People are watching you. Stop selling our future. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Latsiti.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Speaker, Executive Mayor, and councillors. The item before council is to seek in principle approval for a transfer by way of a public competitive process of a city-owned vacant property which is in Khayelitsha. Now, through an oversight which I've done yesterday, I was able to confirm that indeed the property is located at 39A section, which is in Sihle Crescent in Khayelitsha. I can also further confirm that the ERF, which is 2946, is currently vacant and unoccupied. The public participation process commenced between the 14th and the 20th of November 2025. No objections were received from the community, Sub-Council 10, as well as relevant departments. Speaker, the recommendation before council is also in line with the integrated development plan as per the economic growth priority, which seeks to consolidate and release land through data-driven land management processes. Now, Speaker, in closing, I'd like to perhaps encourage Councillor Boy that she should perhaps embark on a qualitative research in the areas they claim to represent. When speaking to residents, be it young or old, the biggest concern for residents when you speak to them, you'll find out that it's jobs. No one is talking about land grabs or expropriation or all the nonsensical things they're talking about in terms of the pillars. The main issue for residents is jobs. Residents understand that the only way you can live a dignified life is through job. The City of Cape Town does exactly that. By creating conducive environment, business and entrepreneurs in Cape Town, they flourish, and thus more employment opportunities arises. Cape Town has the lowest, for example, unemployment rate. The ANC cannot deny this. The EFF also cannot deny this. So, ekugqibeleni somlomo ndicela nje abantu bakuthi, siyabacenga abantu bakuthi, xa beyovota kulo nyaka bavote beqiqa. Ubomi babantu apha eKapa bungcono, akekho umuntu onoyiphika loo nto. Bonke abantu, including abaceba be-EFF, iceba be-ANC, nosapho lwabo, iifemeli zabo, bonke aba bantu bavote ngenyawo. Balapha eKapa kuba beyiqonda okokuba eKapa ubomi bungcono. Bamkele koomasipala abalawulwa yenye imibutho. Phana bayayazi uma bakho ngcono, baza apha bevote ngenyawo. Siyabacela ke ngoku abahlali ukuba bavote ngoNovember, bevotela lo mbutho bebemvotele kuqala ngenyawo. Thank you, Speaker. I move the recommendation.
Thank you. We're going to just get the interpreter to give us a...
We refer to our people that all our people must vote because the people who used to vote for the other parties have voted with their feet. We therefore request that all people should vote, our people should vote and vote for this particular party. We thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, the recommendation is on page 1. Those in favor of the recommendation, thank you. Second, thank you. Those against or in favor or wanting to abstain, please indicate in the iron box. All right, the recommendation is carried. We move on to item 22. The first speaker there is Councillor Solomons.
Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. I was genuinely shocked, Madam Speaker, when I saw this item on the agenda. I immediately called Sheikh Muhsin from Madrasatul Falah Islamia and asked why they not submitted an objection to the sale. Lo and behold, they were not aware that the premises that they've occupied for the last 27 years will be sold without them knowing about it. For 27 years, they have served their community with love. Over 200 children per day receiving religious education, daily food and bread distributions, weekly food parcel distribution, not only serving the Muslims of the community of Athlone, but also my fellow Christians. And what does the DA administration do? They sell it without affording them first option to buy the land. Premises in our areas is going for the highest bidders, yet in affluent areas they have cap totals and get sold to your Zionist brothers. An institution that has served the people with humility and dignity is now expected to uproot itself from the very community it helped build because the city wants to profit off the back of the poor and the marginalized. Julle het niks skaamte nie, sis. To my fellow Muslim brothers and sisters, if you are still a DA voter, dan is hy net so veel soos hulle. Naturally, Madam NP, we as the NCC cannot and will not support this nonsense.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Adams, or Adams.
Speaker, the item before us, as clearly been stated by the previous speaker, it is in principle the approval of transfer of a piece of property that is currently occupied by Madrasatul Falah Al Islamia. And of course, as she said, the person in charge is Sheikh Muhsin Adamson. The City of Cape Town's Economic Growth Department, I think they did do part of due process in ensuring that a proper determination was reached to ensure that they could actually put this proposal together. When one looks at a proposal such as this, one should only look at it with sentimentality. One should look at the bigger picture. And this piece of ground is part of a larger land parcel. And the city has a clear intention of rezoning this for community purpose or for community use. So at the end of the day, not only the madrasa, but more organizations could benefit from this process, Madam Speaker. The public process will not exclude the madrasa from participating in this process. There's no been indication of that. The current user, which is the madrasa, has a lease agreement with the city, and any lease agreement has a start date and it has an end date. There has been no indication from any point that there will be permanent tenancy for any such person. When we look at development of our communities, we need to look at how we can create our communities to become sustainable. Communities do not need to always rely on what is available to them as tenants. Let us look at how we can develop them and promote them and encourage them to become landowners. I'd like to just refer to the comments made by someone that a lot of people on this platform will not know, the late Dr. Hussein Musa Kotwal, who was the president of the Muslim Assembly Cape, an organization that's still in existence today. And the one thing that he always promoted was, he said, let us as welfare organizations, let us as community-based community organizations become self-sufficient. Let us become our own landowners, because when you become your own landowner, you become actually you create a better asset for yourself. So you do not have to be reliant on everybody. I too was in contact with Sheikh Muhsin Adamson, and as what you say to the person that basically determines an end result. And I will ensure that Sheikh Muhsin Adamson is kept updated with what is going to happen from this place onwards. So, Madam Speaker, thorough investigation was done on the subject, a determination has been made, And with that said, I would like to say that I do support the item. And yes, I am a Muslim, and I just want to tell Councillor Solomon I am a Muslim, but I do believe that it is so unethical to refer people as falghat or whatever. We need to start speaking to each other with respect, and because that is what our people are looking at us, how we are approaching something. So if we're going to defile people on a continuous basis, it's not going to get us anywhere. Let us work together to build our communities so that we become stronger and more self-sufficient. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendations on page 25. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Thank you. Those against the recommendation indicate. Thank you very much. The recommendation is carried. And we move on to item 24. And the first speaker is Councillor George. Councillor George. Councillor George, you are unmuted on the side. Unmute yourself on your computer, please. Councillor George. All right, we're going to move on. If there's no Councillor George, Councillor Woodman.
I'll check him quickly, Speaker.
All right, because he's on the next item, but we'll move this one in the meantime. Councillor Wood, move the recommendation.
Good morning. Sorry, am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning, Speaker, Mayor, colleagues, media, and all those online. Speaker, I rise in support of item C24, the proposed granting of in-principle approval for the transfer by public competition of city-owned vacant property of 39579, situated at 32 Johannes Mankey Street in Woodlands. This property was duly advertised on the 12th of February and also on the 4th of March, ensuring that the process was transparent, fair and open to the public participation. The proposed transfer was circulated to both internal and external stakeholders for comment, and it emerged clearly that this property is not required for the provision of basic municipal services. Furthermore, no objections were received. Speaker, this Council often speaks about building a caring city, a city that creates opportunities, supports economic growth, and improves the quality of life of our residents. This proposal does exactly that. Of 39579 is currently a vacant property situated within a residential area characterized by established homes, community facilities, and open space. At present, the property serves no meaningful purpose to the city while still creating ongoing maintenance and cost burdens for the council. Approving this transfer will relieve the city of those unnecessary maintenance responsibilities and allow this asset to be utilized far more effectively. This site presents an opportunity for business development within the ward. We know that many small businesses and entrepreneurs are constantly looking for accessible business spaces within Mitchells Plain. Residents not only always have the means to travel far for services, employment opportunities, or economic activity. By allowing this property to be developed for business purposes, we are bringing opportunities closer to the community. It is not simply but about transferring land. It is about activating a dormant asset for the benefit of residents. It is about encouraging investments into our communities. It is about creating an environment where local economic activity can grow, where services become more accessible, and where opportunities can be created within Woodlands itself. As a caring city and a city of hope, we cannot allow valuable municipal land to stand vacant indefinitely when it can instead contribute positively to the local economy and the surrounding community. This proposal has followed the correct legal and administrative processes. There were no objections and there is no municipal service requirement for the property. I therefore believe, Madam Speaker, this is the best option for both the city and the residents we serve. I therefore move that Council approve item C24. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go back to give Councillor George a chance. Councillor George?
Am I audible now,
Yes,
Speaker?
yes, you are. Carry on.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. The ANC opposes the proposed granting in principle approved for the transfer by public competition of the city-owned vacant property F39579 situated at 32 Johannes Meintjes Road, New Woodlands, Ward 75. 30 years into democracy, South Africa constitutional order is founded on participatory democracy. Public participation is not a favor from government. It is a constitutional obligation. Subsections 59 and 72 of the Constitution require meaningful public involvement in decision-making processes. This principle exists to ensure accountability, transparency, and legitimacy in the actions of the state. In this particular matter, the public participation process was inadequately and failed the residents of Mitchells Plain. Through our direct engagement with the committee members and the Mitchells Plain United Resident Association, known as MURA, it is clear that residents reject this proposal sale because they do not believe proper consultation took place. The city cannot reduce public participation to a mere tick box exercise. Relying on social media posts and small classified newspapers adverts is not a meaningful engagement, especially in a working class community where many residents must choose between buying bread that costs 20 rands for their families or purchase a newspaper that ranges from 20 rands to 35 rands. If the city is serious about participation, it must physically convene meetings in communities, engage residents directly, and listen to their concerns and proposals. Communities must not only be heard about decisions after the effect, they must help shape those decisions and from the beginning of the process. Residents are also concerned about the long-term impact of disposal of public land and proper planning and consultation. Too often neglecting or poor management of sites become a burden to the communities, sometimes turning into sheep-ins, drug dens, or centers of criminal activity.
Thank you. Conclude. Thank you.
The people of
Councillor, we have a recommendation on page 90. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam
Those
Speaker.
against the recommendation? Councillor Woodman, you've had your turn. Unless you have a point of clarity, we're moving on.
Yeah, it was just a pity that I spoke before Councillor
well,
George.
That's too bad. Councillor Woodman, I'm sorry about that. But
Doesn't know what he's speaking about.
That's fine. Thank you for that. Councillors, the motion is carried, and we are moving on to the next item, which is item 25, and the first speaker there is Councillor George. Councillor George, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you once again, Speaker. The ANC opposes the proposed closure and granting of in-principle approval for the transfer of public competition process of vacant city-owned property F45589, situated at 334A Cynthia Crescent, Lendergeer, Ward 76. We believe it's a responsibility of the City of Cape Town is to continue disposing of the public land without consultation or without considering the urgent development needs of the immediate community, especially the youth. The city is not responsible by doing this and just ignoring the plight of the people of Mitchells Plain. Communities such as Lendergeer are already heavily affected by gang violence, substance abuse, and crime. In many areas, the only spaces our young people are exposed to outside school are sheep-ins, drug dens, and unsafe streets. Instead of addressing this crisis, the city responds whenever it identifies vacant land appears to be sell it off to the highest bidder. This approach reflects a city that is disconnected from the lived realities of the working class communities. A caring government should be investing in its communities, not stripping of opportunities for social development. Children and young people need safe, accessible, and developmental spaces. The right to play recreation is not a luxury, it is a fundamental to human development. UNICEF, through Article 31 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, highlights that play and positive social interaction are essential to the brain development, emotional well-being, and the building of healthy communities. So we must ask, why is the city not prioritizing the transformation of the vacant land into youth-friendly spaces, sporting facilities, recreation centers?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plaatjes.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of item C25 or 526 regarding the proposed transfer and development of Earth 45589 in Lentegee, Montrose Park, Cynthia Crescent. This vacant land at 34A Cynthia Crescent has for many years become a hotspot for illegal dumping, criminal activity, robberies, and even tragic murders in our community. Instead of being a safe, productive space, public space, it has become a danger for surrounding residents and source of fear for many families living there. As the Ward Councillor of Ward 76, I've received numerous complaints from residents regarding dumping, overgrown conditions, and suspicious activity and ongoing safety concerns linked to this property. This is the reality that this land is current state service, no meaning benefit and no meaning to benefit of the community. Today, this council has the opportunity to change that. By supporting this item, we are opening the door for the property to go onto a public competitive process for development. This means that the land can finally be utilized for a positive purpose that contributes to the upliftment, safety of the area instead of remaining a negligent and dangerous. The report clearly states that the land is not required for provision of minimum basic municipal service. No objections were received during the public participation process, and the highest and best use identified for the property is residential development. Now, the proposed closure sale was advertised for the public participation on the 14th of November 2025 in the Cape Argus, the Burger, and our local media called the Plainsman. Adjacent property owners were also notified formally on the 12th of November in 2025, as well as our sub-council. We cannot allow for this land to become the center of crime and urban decay while our communities are crying for safer, better neighborhoods. Development brings investment, accountability, improved safety and dignity to our residents. I therefore fully support this item and urge Council to support the proposed closure and transfer process so that this space can finally be transformed from a crime hotspot into an asset for the people of Montrose Park. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is on page 120. Those in favour of the recommendation, thank you. All right, those against the recommendation, please indicate. All right. Thank you. The next item is 5 minutes. We can take the next item. The next item is 27, and the first speaker there is Councillor Davids from the NCC. You have 1 minute. Councillor Davids. Councillor Davids.
Good day, everybody. Speaker, I rise on clustered items C24, C25, C26, and C27. Speaker, these 4 items may be separate on paper, but for our communities, they tell the same story. And honestly, when I read these items, I do not see vacant land. I saw another community losing hope. Because while we sit here debating properties and processes, our people are sitting with gunshots at night. Mothers are bearing children. Young people are trapped in drugs. Families are crying out for safe spaces, rehab centers, and opportunities. And yet, piece by piece, public land keeps disappearing. These open spaces could become places of healing, opportunity, and hope for our people instead of another reminder that opportunities are constantly being taken away from our communities. Places where a child can play sport instead of joining a gang. Places where a woman running from abuse can find safety. Places where our youth can find direction instead of drugs. but instead, communities are expected to read about these decisions in the burger and call that public participation. That is not meaningful engagement with struggling working class communities. That is a tick box exercise. And what makes this even more painful is that one of these properties is already zoned for community use. Yet even that is now being transferred away. The city calls itself the City of Hope. But I want to ask, where is the hope for the people on the Cape Flats? Where is the hope for the children?
Thank you, Councillor Gordon.
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, continue.
Good afternoon, Speaker and Mayor and all other councillors. Speaker, as the Ward Councillor for Ward 67, I know the dynamics of this particular area. I don't know if the councillor before me knows it, but quite frankly, many of our residents have asked if there's no opportunity in the ward for at least some vacant land for exactly what the councillor before me had said, is that there is a space that they can utilize, but the fact that the opportunity was not there made it extremely challenging. Now there is an opportunity, and as that particular councillor indicated before as well, is that we are community orientated and people orientated. This is exactly what this speaks to. So I want to say very succinctly, I move this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 172. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Or in favour or abstaining in the IM box? Thank you. So everything from 1257 onwards. Councillors, a late item was circulated, volume 2C. It's a land restitution item. And land restitution has taken so long, I don't think we should make this family wait any longer. So I'm going to adjourn for a body break now of half an hour. We'll come back at 1:30. But I encourage you to read the item number 42B in that adjournment, if you can. And we will come back and resume at 1:30. I'm asking you to stay on, but we will re-register again just to make sure everybody is still present. So we are adjourned now for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, whips, if you have speakers to this item, please indicate on the whips group to the Chief Whip, and we will put that on the speakers list when we get to this item.
Responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centres, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centres, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centres, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centres, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centres, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centres, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue, and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue, and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue, and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches, and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing Wi-Fi to underserviced communities. The city also provides primary and environmental health care. We maintain 10 blue flag beaches and maintain 85% of Cape Town's coastline. We manage development to ensure buildings are safe and sustainable and that development happens properly. We also manage 23 nature reserves and various nature areas. The City of Cape Town, making progress possible together. The City of Cape Town is responsible for the efficient running of our city. We provide water, electricity, sanitation and refuse removal, and basic services to informal settlements where we are able to do so. Our transport and traffic services make sure you can get around. We're responsible for the Metro Police and law enforcement. And every day we maintain the city's infrastructure and facilities. We do our best to provide housing opportunities to those who qualify. And we give rates and services relief to those who qualify. We also make sure fire, rescue and emergency services are well run and maintained. We maintain over 3,575 city parks. We make sure Cape Town's 104 libraries are well resourced and maintained. And we care for many sports and recreation facilities, including community centers, sports fields, beaches and more. We're responsible for 35 early childhood development centers, as well as social development and early childhood development programs. We're making the internet more accessible by providing
I'm going to put a registration link in the box so that we can just ensure everybody is back from their adjournment and they've read their item. If you can please register again. Okay, councillors, we are correct, so we're going ahead. The next item is item C31, and the first speaker on this item is Councillor Bam. Councillor Bam.
Councillor Bam. Hello, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You may speak, please.
Okay. Good morning, Speaker. Good afternoon. It's afternoon now. Speaker, Executive Mayor, and fellow councillors. I stand before the council today to voice our full support for the transfer of land to the Where Rainbow Meet Training and Development Foundation. This is an NGO that has faithfully served the people of Vrygrond, Overcome Heights, and Hillview before 2009. Speaker, we're talking about Vrygrond, the oldest informal settlement in the Western Cape, home to the multicultural community of nearly 40,000 residents. This is an area where the systemic socio-economic hardship are staggering. The unemployment rate sits at well over 50%, and almost 60% of the population has been victims of a crime, and families facing daily battles with substance abuse and severe financial distress. In the midst of this vulnerability, Where Rainbow Meet acts as a lifeline. They run early childhood development programs for thousands of children, equip youth with critical digital and job skills, and operate a nutritional feeding scheme 7 days a week, and they have health and wellness program. The land in this question will be directly utilized for expanding these vital social care properties and community operations. However, the current proposal asks the NGO to purchase the land at 10% of its market value, which amounts to 63,500. To this council, the 63,500 is a pocket change. To an NGO operating in a poverty-stricken informal settlement, it is a massive financial hurdle. They are not a profit-making entity. They rely entirely on sponsorship. On top of this, they must still shoulder heavy transfer costs. Speaker, this council readily approves millions of rands for environmental and wildlife initiatives, including a project for baboons fencing. How can we demand 63,500 from an organization that saves human lives, feed the hungry, and educate our children in Vrygrond? According to the city's property management policy, this council has the full legislative authority to consider public interest and social impact when deciding on a final sale price. There is no better time than right now.
Please. Thank you. Councillor Didizani. Councillor Didizani. Last call for Councillor Didizani. Thank you. Councillor Marr.
Speaker.
Are you there?
I'm here, Speaker.
All right, you may speak now. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Fellow councillors, afternoon. The ANC wants to support this item, Speaker, as this item will be benefiting an organization that speaks to the needs and the wants of a community based situation where they deal with ample issues dealing with the poverty-stricken types of situations in that particular community called Vrygrond. The ANC, it's a simple matter, it's not even a matter that needs for any type of discussion. The ANC supports this and hopes that the fee part can be restructured and rethought, and this be completely removed and find a way where that fee can be given for such an important task that that organization follows through. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. This item supports an organisation that has become a pillar of hope and upliftment in the Vrygrond and Capricorn community. In August 2024, Council approved the land transfer to the Where Rainbows Meet Training and Development Foundation to build a vital early childhood development centre and social care facility. True to their commitment, this NPO immediately began the work appointing land surveyors and town planners. However, these complex regulatory processes come with heavy financial costs that now threaten the project's viability. The foundation has approached the city requesting a further discount on the purchase price. Today, we have the opportunity to make that happen. We are asking Council to amend the purchase price from 25% of market value down to 10%, amounting to 63,500 excluding VAT. Since 2008, Where Rainbows Meet has fulfilled critical social infrastructure gaps in Vrygrond. They care for over 70 vulnerable children, over 1,000 nutritional meals a week to the elderly and sick, and run vital adult literacy and socio-economic empowerment projects. The public participation process yielded 0 objections and no internal departments objected, and a strict reversionary clause will be registered against the title deed. By approving this reduction, the city is investing. We unlock vital localized social investment where it matters most. Let us remove the financial red tape holding back community development. I move this item.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 319. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against, please indicate in the iron box. Councillor Witbooi, unmute yourself, please. Councillor Witbooi, going twice.
Yes, Speaker.
All right, there you go.
Speaker, I was informed that I don't need to speak on this item, so I just moved this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is on page 355. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. All right. Those against the recommendation, please indicate in the IM box. Okay, we move on to item 33, and the first speaker there is Councillor Plaatjes.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 days from now, on the 30th of May, Mitchells Plain will remember one of the darkest days in our community's history, the tragic death of 5 young school children who lost their lives on AZ Berman Drive in 2023 while on their way to school. We remember the names of those young lives taken far too soon. Their deaths shook Mitchells Plain, shook Cape Town, and reminded all of us of the devastating consequences of reckless and unsafe behavior on our roads. It is with this painful memory that I rise in support of item C330526, the submission of the Traffic Amendment Bylaw 2026 for approval by this Council. Madam Speaker, every single day, residents across Cape Town witness reckless driving, illegal racing, dangerous overtaking, excessive speeding, irresponsible lane crossing, drunk driving, and unroadworthy vehicles, placing innocent lives at risk. Too many families have buried loved ones because of irresponsible behavior on our roads. Too many parents live with the fear that their child may not return home safely from school. by this law, by this bylaw, is therefore not just another amendment before council. It is about saving lives, it is about accountability, and it is about giving the city of Cape Town stronger tools to enforce safer road usage across Cape Town. Speaker, let me make this clear. This bylaw is not aimed at one specific industry, one specific sector, or one category of road users. It applies equally to everyone who uses our roads, whether you are a private motorist, taxi operator, bus driver, delivery driver, motorcyclist, or a commuter. Every road user carries a responsibility to help keep our roads safe. The amendment before us strengthens enforcement measures, improves vehicle impoundment, provisions, and assists the city in addressing dangerous and reckless conduct on public roads. Communities are calling for stronger enforcement, greater accountability, and this council has a responsibility to respond. Madam Speaker, we cannot bring back those 5 young lives from Mitchell's Plain, but what we can do is ensure that their deaths are not forgotten and that this council takes meaningful steps to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Today, through this bylaw, we send a clear message that the city of Cape Town is serious about the road safety, serious about protecting innocent lives, and serious about ensuring that law and order is enforced on our roads. I therefore support the adoption of the City of Cape Town Traffic Amendment Bylaw 2026 and call on Council to support this item. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker on this item is Councillor Ngwulanga. Councillor Haynes, your hand is up.
Speaker, I'm not sure if the body break has now confused me, but I listen to the speaker now and we are on item 42.
No, we're on item 33.
Oh, okay. I rest my case.
No problem. I'll be careful with body breaks in future. Councillor Ngwulanga.
Thank you. Good day, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good day, Speaker. Good day to all councillors, the mayor, the executive mayor, the executive, the members of the media. Speaker, if I can just go back on August 3rd, 2023, at exactly 1 o'clock, when Santaco recalled all its tax operation, the economy of the city stands still. The amendment, Speaker, that is in front of us today, it just reminded me on that year, on 2023. Speaker, this amendment, it looks good, but it's not, because it's solely based, we can just say it's a taxi traffic amendment by law. On that day, on that 7 days, Speaker, we lost 5 lives, including the British national. The LIP officer that was on duty, that was shot in Nyanga. Speaker, if we can go on, that 7 days was a horror to the community that lives in the township. For the first time, Speaker, in township, there was no bread and there was no milk. Now, if we continue again, Speaker, without resolving the same problem that caused the strike before, we continue amend these bylaws and agree on, without resolving those problems that the Santaco raised against the provincial government. If you look, Speaker, on this, it's still the same thing, but now it's brought by the City of Cape Town instead of the Provincial Department of Transport. Speaker, I would love if this amendment can have the statistics that shows that how many people died on the road when the driver doesn't have a valid license. How many people lost their lives on the car that passed on the shoulder. I would love, Speaker, if the statistics can be attached on the amendment before we can say we pass the amendment, because for now, the amendment is solely for the taxi drivers and the taxi operators. We all know that that's the milking cow for the city of Cape Town. Speaker, we are really going back to the apartheid era, slowly but
Okay,
surely.
Councillor, your time is up. Councillor Eugen.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Thank you. The Freedom Front Plus welcomes the amendments made to the traffic bylaw. The statistics on our roads are of grave concern. During a SANDRAL stakeholder engagement meeting that I attended, I was alarmed by the shockingly high number of fatalities recorded annually on our roads, ranging between 700 to 750 deaths per year. In addition, there are a total of over 65,000 reported traffic accidents annually. Just last month during Freedom Day over the long weekend, 108 motorists were arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. With these shocking figures, it is evidently clear that the amount of lawlessness on our roads requires urgent and remedial action to bring down these statistics. Given the criminal justice system's failure to secure convictions against traffic offenders, these proposed amendments to the traffic bylaw will provide much needed relief to road users who are constantly exposed to reckless and unlawful behavior on our roads. We are still deeply saddened by the tragic death of our law enforcement officer, Lal Thomas, who lost his life while stopping to assist at an accident scene and died as a result of a drunk driver crashing into him. The driver responsible for killing him was later released on bail after being arrested. The Freedom Front Plus supports every effort aimed at improving and upholding the rule of law in our city, especially in a climate where criminals are too often arrested without any meaningful convictions. While some objections have been raised to the amendment of this bylaw, the loss of 700 to 750 lives on our roads each year is completely unacceptable. In conclusion, we call on Council to support the adoption of this amendment unanimously. Let us ensure that the memory of our fallen colleagues, officers, family members and friends, along with the thousands of other road users who have lost their lives, is honored by protecting law-abiding motorists from the consequences of a justice system that too often fails to keep dangerous and reckless drivers off our roads. And I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Virgin de Vos.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, city colleagues and people of Cape Town. A Cape Town parent and grandparent wrote the following. I lost my daughter. She was involved in a car accident. A vehicle that was traveling at a high speed hit her whilst she was on the pavement. She died on the scene. She left her son, who was 4 years old at that time, in January 2024. I went and buried my child, then came back to Cape Town. In July, it was my grandson's birthday. So as his late mum wanted to buy him a bicycle, I honored her wishes and managed to buy it. His birthday is the 19th of July. On the 20th, I heard from my neighbors that he was trying to commit suicide. He was riding his new bicycle between the cars. And I asked him why he did this. He said to me that he wanted the car to knock him down, like the one who knocked down his mum, and he wants to sleep next to his mum in heaven. This happened in our city. We can do nothing to give this little boy, who only turned 7 in less than 2 months, his mummy back. We cannot rewind the calendar to that horrible day in January 2024 and undo the trauma inflicted upon this young life. But we can today take a stand to pass a piece of progressive legislation to prevent the lives of others from being turned upside down in a fleeting moment of irresponsible madness by another. Passing this bylaw will help the City of Cape Town achieve better driver behavior, and in doing so ensure safer conditions on the roads of our magnificent city for fellow road users, passengers and pedestrians. If a person is endangering the community by swinging around a lethal weapon irresponsibly, law enforcement agencies should surely be enabled to remove that weapon from his possession in the interest of community safety, for the sake of consistency. Similarly, the protectors of our society must then be enabled to remove a vehicle from the possession of a person who is abusing it as a potential weapon that can bring trauma and loss, like it did to the family whose story I told. Those who disrespect the rules of the road, and with that, their fellow Cape Townians, are a minority. Why should they be allowed to hold the rest of us ransom, endanger us, and have their way without facing severe consequences for their despicable actions? Quite frankly, it is only if you have the intention to misbehave that this bylaw holds any threat of negative consequences for you. As a legislature, this House today has a choice. We can turn a blind eye and ignore the reckless, endangering, and irresponsible behavior on our roads by a delinquent few that we regularly see, and tie the hands of our protection officers behind their backs. Or we can enable our officers to protect us by maintaining discipline and order and making the roads safer for all of us. I urge this council to do the latter and enable our officers to make the roads of Cape Town safer for all our people, for the sake of a little boy who has already lost his mummy and had his entire existence uprooted, and to do what we can to prevent this trauma from befalling another. I request this House to unanimously pass this progressive and much-needed bylaw. I move the item. I thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor has asked that his right of response be invoked and that Alderman Smith speaks on his behalf on this item. Alderman Smith.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So the function of traffic and bylaw enforcement are two of our core constitutional responsibilities. We have a further responsibility or constitutional empowerment, in fact, through the SAPS Act, in terms of supporting SAPS with crime prevention. But our core job, which if we do not do it, nobody does it, is the enforcement of our municipal bylaws and the enforcement of the traffic regulations. And to ensure this is done effectively, we have stepped up enforcement resources over the years. We've utilized technology in line with enforcement practices around the rest of the world. We see what other countries are doing, and we step up and try and do the same and modernize as we go along. And we have put more boots on the ground, more vehicles, and we've worked hard to ensure that those who are issued notices and who then ignore those notices, ignore those fines, who become scofflaws, that they are held accountable for their contempt of the rule of law. Because if you don't make a person pay the fine, then they don't change the behavior, and the fine is the only tool you have. That was until we started pivoting towards looking at impoundment as a more effective alternative. In 2023, as was referenced, we started undertaking enforcement, Speaker, in terms of the National Land Transportation Act and the conditions attached to those operating licenses, to try and stem the tide of chaos and the large volumes of complaints that we get. About 12,000 complaints a year that we get on taxi behavior or public transport vehicle behavior. Not all of that is minibus taxis, but the vast majority is, along with some of the amapelas and the e-hailing vehicles. We also have to confront the horrific statistic that around 3 people die every day in taxi-related traffic crashes. It's about 1,000 fatalities annually out of the about 12,000 to 18,000 annual fatalities on roads nationally across South Africa. So we do need to undertake strategies that are effective and impactful, and as a consequence of what we learned in 2023 and the fact that we observed impoundments to be a more effective strategy around certain categories of road users that simply treat our fines with contempt. And we issued 200,000 to 260,000 fines a month. and the repayment rates for these are the highest around the country, but still do not effectively achieve behavior change. There are very few of the councillors in this meeting today who are not constantly on our roads, going to community meetings day and night, who are not seeing the steady deterioration of the respect for law and order on our roads, and who do not understand that this is causing harm to their own communities they represent, that we are losing lives steadily, and lives are permanently altered, irreversibly altered as a consequence of this reckless and negligent behavior. So continuing to issue more and more fines is ineffectual, especially as our criminal justice system is in a very frail situation. And the alternative proposed by national government, namely ARTO, is in fact making things worse where it has been applied because of some of the issues that come and the shortcomings that come packaged with it. So then, Chair, your only alternative is to explore alternative and effective measures. Otherwise, you're irrelevant or useless as government. You have to look at what actually works. And so therefore, this portfolio committee, under the leadership of Councillor Ngqabashe, and the multi-party portfolio committee have workshopped this bylaw and come up with a proposal that I think will take us forward and address some of the most egregious road behavior, some of the most egregious activities that seeks to defeat the ends of justice, and some of the most dangerous road behavior. And if that means we impound the vehicles and we create a meaningful disincentive for those people to continue that behavior and they alter the behavior, then that is what we seek to achieve. In this line, we are not different from many other countries. There are African countries, Southeast Asian countries, European countries who impound vehicles, and in fact to go a step further and practice vehicle forfeiture for repeated offenders. You will find videos online of certain countries crushing a vehicle of an offender who has continued to misbehave on the road. Because the road is not your private place, it is a place where you share with many other people, and your willingness to gamble with their lives is not fair. They did not volunteer for that. They did not accede to your recklessness. And if you use our roads, you do so as a courtesy in a social contract with all the other pedestrians and road users, commuters, and passengers in public transport vehicles, etc. So what the bylaw is doing differently from our experience with the National Land Transportation Act is that it is extending this behavior to all road users. When I did a radio interview about this, somebody called in and said, why should we be treated like taxis? They're the ones who drive badly. And the answer to that is, if you drive as badly as the poor driving benchmark that people often claim, referring to taxi driving behavior, then you should also be treated like the taxis. So quite equitably, this bylaw is going to treat all road users in the same way. And if you're driving on sidewalks, you're driving into oncoming traffic, you're ignoring traffic lights, and you're a repeat offender, then sooner or later the law must deal with you more effectively. Thank you very much, Speaker. I strongly support the passage of this bylaw. It's a rapid gazetting, and it's even more rapid application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The recommendations on page 513. Those are in favor, please indicate. It is a bylaw. It does need to be, thank you, voted on specifically. So if each party can, thank you very much, it's carried. Thank you. So then we move on to item 34, and the first speaker here is Councillor Majuza. So all parties have voted. That's okay.
Lord, thanks a lot, Speaker. But just for an appeal, a noble appeal, Speaker, I hope that in the near future, just for the sake of a respectable and a constructive argument, we can at least be afforded the right time or the right time in our speeches, not to be subjected to some horse-rating comment.
Your time is...
Speaker, this item seeks to persuade members of council to recommend the approval of the application submitted by Dumetri Kweli, whom is the owner of ERF 93479, situated at 14 Battle Bridge Road, Marina da Gama, to establish the Marina South City Improvement District. Furthermore, to set recommendation states that the city will impose levies of additional
raised for the properties in the Marina South City Improvement District, which is MC'd. This item is straightforward, Speaker, but raises questions that seeks to be clarified and with a good governance spirit, Speaker. Hoping on that whoever that will be responding to the majority will clarify these concerns, not necessarily read the report that is already in front of us. Which one is, what properties are we referring to when speaking about the properties at the MC'd? Are we referring to residential properties or business properties? Second, Speaker, what is the contribution of the city in these said investments for the sake of an inclusive economy phenomenon, meaning in financial terms? And how do those interested to get to submit their proposals for these seed initiatives? And lastly, Speaker, how such initiatives could be impacting our normal residents' freedom of movement, as such designated areas tend to be exclusively accessible. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sherry.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Continue, yes.
Thank you very much. Afternoon, Madam Speaker and colleagues. The item before us is for an application for an improvement district. So the Marina de Gama is one of our most Cape Town's unique and beautiful communities. Our waterways, natural environment and strong community spirit makes this a special place to live. However, with the increased public activity and urban pressures come challenges that require proactive solutions. The Marina South and City Improvement District is an important step forward. It's not about replacing municipal services, but about supplementing them to provide additional safety patrols, improved cleaning, environmental management, and focused urban maintenance where it is needed most. We have already seen the positive impact of city improvement districts elsewhere in the Marina de Gama. The Marina South SID gives residents the opportunity to invest directly in the well-being of their neighbourhood, protect property values, enhance public spaces, and create a safer and cleaner environment for everyone. Most importantly, the SID strengthens community ownerships and partnerships. It empowers residents to work together with the city to address local challenges and ensure that Marina South remains a welcoming, attractive, and well-managed community for current and future generations. The proposal has been carefully considered, enjoys strong community support, and aligns with the city's objective of fostering well-managed and sustainable neighbourhoods. For these reasons, I fully support this application for the determination of the Marina South City Improvement District and recommend that Council approve and pass this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 821. Those in favour? Thank you. Councillors, you can indicate in the iron box if you're in favour or against or want to abstain. Okay. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to page 35. And the first speaker is Councillor Notwala. Godfrey?
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, you are. Continue.
Speaker, virtual meetings are not good governance. Kicking out opposition councillors in a meeting for using emojis is not good governance. What about the communities who are meant to be represented by these opposition councillors you have kicked out? Who represents them here? I want to ask that the DA convenes a workshop for you, Speaker, the Mayor Gordon Hill Lewis and all DA councillors, so that you can be educated on what the King Report on Corporate Governance says about municipal governance. In January this year, I tabled a motion in this council on behalf of the Good Party, asking that the city finds money in its own budget, as recommended in Section 7.3.3 of the National Disaster Management Framework. Based on this recommendation of 0.5% of own revenue, the city could have disaster preparedness and relief of about 350 million rand. This could go a long way in assisting communities who will be affected by more heavy rains we are still to see in Cape Town. The rest of the opposition councillors in this council supported this motion. Unfortunately, all DA councillors were instructed by the DA to vote against this motion. And as a result, Cape Town residents will still have no relief from these devastating disasters. The same DA councillors who rejected this motion on 7 May 2026 in the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee said the following, and I quote, "We cannot allow this continue. We are dealing with human beings. I strongly urge the ED and our MMC to go and find money within our own City of Cape Town budget and show people how the DA governs." Now, DA councillors are asking for something the DA instructed them to vote against. This is not good governance. When it comes to municipal governance, the King Report, which DA councillors urgently need a workshop on, provides, and I quote, Obligations to a political party must not conflict with or override the duty to the municipality. It is crucial to note that, as a matter of legal duty, councillors must act in substance with independence of mind and exercise objective judgment in the best interest of the municipality.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. It seems like we are going to have to go to MMC Hayam to ask her if we can start planting money trees for the Good Party, because they seem to want to have money coming out of nowhere. I think there's been a misunderstanding of what the King Report is all about. The recommendation before us asks the Council to adopt the King 5 report on corporate governance and implement its recommendations. King 5 is not simply a compliance exercise. It is a government framework designed to strengthen ethical leadership, accountability, transparency, and public trust. In an increasingly complex environment with financial pressures, emphasis on financial pressures, digital transformation, cybersecurity risks, and growing public expectations, municipalities cannot afford weak governance systems. This report recognizes the unique role of local government. We are custodians of public resources on behalf of our residents. It provides practical mechanisms to improve oversight, strengthen internal controls, enhance stakeholder engagement, and modernize governance structures, including information governance and artificial intelligence oversight. Importantly, the report also set out a phased implementation approach, ensuring that adoption is practical, measurable, and aligned with the city's existing governance framework. By adopting King 5, Council sends a clear message that this institution is committed to clean governance, institutional resilience, and service delivery excellence. I therefore recommend that Council support and adopt the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The recommendations on page 821. Those in favour of the recommendation, kindly indicate. Thank you. Those against the recommendation, kindly put your abstention or vote against in the iron box. Thank you. We move on. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 36, and the first speaker is Councillor Mazwi. Councillor Mazwi, you are unmuted on our side. Going once. Councillor Mazwi, going twice. All right, if we haven't got Councillor Mazwi, you've tried to unmute yourself? So we're going to move forward. The next speaker is Alderman Nielsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we're dealing with here is an aspect of the Muldersvlei project. This is one of the very large water supply projects to the city. It will eventually include a water treatment plant to take water from the Berg River Dam, a very large service reservoir, and bulk pipelines to deliver the water to the city. This is a crucial project for the future of our water supply. As the demand continues to grow in the city, if we don't have this new project in place, we'll eventually get to a point where during the peak summer months, we will not be able to provide the water that is required by our citizens. So given that the project here is an aspect of that total project, it involves a 300 megalitre reservoir at Muldersvlei. which will be the 4th biggest service reservoir in the city after Plattekloof, Fora and Blackheath, and also bulk pipelines. The item before us deals with the appointment of a professional team to ensure that the design work is completed, that the contract documents are put together, and that after the awarding of the contract, that the project, that there are professionals in place to manage the contractors that win the contract. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is very important for us. It is a 6-year contract, and it is precisely because it is such a large project with very long time frames that it's important that we have an appointment for this long period. And so I recommend to Council the adoption of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 838. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? Thank you. Councillor Tandela, we're not going backwards, we're moving forward. I'm sorry that Councillor Masri wasn't available to speak when her time came up, but we've moved on. We're moving on to item 39 now, and the first speaker is Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller, you've got 4 minutes.
Okay, can you believe it? Now the DA wants to destroy the historic Mowbray Golf Course. The Mowbray Golf Course is older than the formation of South Africa. It was founded over 115 years ago, just before the Union of South Africa was created by the British Empire after the Boer Wars in 1910. Cape Townians were playing golf here in a self-governing and independent Cape. Today, it has some of the most beautiful views of Table Mountain, and its membership is a true Cape rainbow nation, with its renowned sporting facilities being home to all of the diverse Cape communities that surround it. It is a flagship in sporting inclusivity. It has such impressive facilities that it has hosted the SA Open on 7 different occasions, with the world-famous Gary Player winning the event twice. But even all of this can't keep the DA's low-cost housing wolves away. So here we are, over 115 years later, and this plot of land that has brought Cape communities together for over a century is on the verge of being destroyed, like so many other places in Cape Town already have been by the DA and its endless population densification agenda. Cape Town has consistently ranked in the top 10 most beautiful cities in the world. Why is that? Because as a city, we are naturally nestled within Mother Nature, surrounded by impenetrable oceans and large mountains. Tourists flock here from far and wide for this very reason, and our city's economy is largely driven by this fact. Many other cities around the world are plots of land on flat kilometers with an industrial economy, like Johannesburg. The only limitation on building is as far as the city's residents wish to expand. However, here in Cape Town, we don't have that freedom or space, and we are not a manufacturing and industrial flatland. If people want that, they are welcome to live in Johannesburg, Harare, or Lagos. And if the DA gets its way, Cape Town will soon look like Johannesburg, Harare, or Lagos. In fact, if things carry on at this rate, there will not be a single open field, community park, nature reserve, sporting ground, or natural flay left in Cape Town. Ironically, I would like to remind the DA here that the very carbon dioxide their environmental policies hate so much is the same carbon dioxide that plants breathe. And in return, those same beautiful plants give us back oxygen. It's a good deal, and it's been working well. I would therefore like to urge the DA to reconsider its attempts to impose low-cost housing projects on every last piece of nature or open land that they can find. Cape Town does not have the large-scale manufacturing and industry to handle the population size and density that the DA is now forcibly imposing on us. The city's over 20% unemployment is a clear signal that the city's economy is buckling under the pressure of too many people. Cities need to grow organically at rates that are naturally in line with the size of their economies, available space, and inherent structure. It seems as if Cape Town has become some strange experiment to see how much weight and strain a community, an economy, and an ecology can handle. Otherwise, none of this makes any sense whatsoever. It is insane. Once every golf course, natural flare, open park, and nature reserve has either been taken over by illegal land invaders or done so on their behalf by the City of Cape Town's low-cost housing department, everything that has made Cape Town what it is will be gone forever. And we will have become an overpolluted, overpopulated, impoverished wasteland of high-density, high-rise buildings, informal settlements, and slums. But there is still time for us to pull it all back before it's too late. Cape Exit opposes this DA proposal to turn the historic Mowbray Golf Course into a high-density, low-cost housing project. We hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rashid Davids.
It's Councillor Riyad Davids.
Yes, Riyad Davids, sorry.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. First of all, our sincere condolences to all those that have lost loved ones, especially to the EFF and their families. And then Eid Mubarak to those celebrating Eid today and those who will be celebrating tomorrow. Madam Speaker, the item for us, item C39, recommendation from the Executive Mayor, review and amendment of previous council resolutions C28 and C82 in dealing with the King David Mowbray Golf Course and surrounding land in Rappenberg Mowbray. There are two items. The one is authority to commence with the public participation process in respect of the proposed transfer of various city-owned land parcels situated off Rappenberg Road. And number two, granting of rights to use, control and or manage city-owned land for sporting purposes to the King Mowbray Golf Club. So my previous speaker, I don't even know what to say, but we basically put it in context. So number one is to commence a public participation process. So unless my previous speaker knew exactly what that public participation process is going to yield, I would not try to guess it. He seems to be absolutely sure what will happen. Maybe he and some other people know, not me or anybody within the DA. Or any reasonable, sane person either. And the second one is the granting of rights to use and control the land at the moment in terms of it being a golf course. And if you read the report, it's to grant, it's the extension, and instead of having the 2-year review, is to grant the golf course another 8 years, whereby they can exist. And in that time, the city will go through a public participation process. And as I always say to all the opposition people, don't wait for the council day to say there wasn't public participation process when indeed there was, or to actually try to denigrate the DA on the day. It's very simple. Participate in the public participation processes. So if my colleague from the Cape Exit, I don't know why he's all lauding Cape Town and he's part of Cape Exit. It's a contradiction or an oxymoron or just a moron. But at the end of the day, it's to put the public participation into process so that we can actually decide collectively as the residents of Cape Town what will happen to the King David Mowbray Golf Course. But the process will be following in a dual process while the golf course will continue for the next 8 years. And that is what's on the agenda. And I hereby...
Item. All right, thank you. The recommendation is on page 25 to 26. Those in favor of the recommendation, thank you. Those against, indicate in the iron box, or if you would like to abstain. Councillor Davids, it appears someone has taken exception to the word moron. I'm not sure if you would like to say to that person that he might not be a moron, but please consider that.
I will then retract the word, but then I've really got to ask him in future to please read the item and read with comprehension.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Thank you very much. We're moving on. The recommendations carried. Item C40. The first speaker is Councillor Oliver.
Madam Speaker, am I audible? Madam Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, today we're hearing the same refrain that selling the CTICC is the best option. Best option for whom? Certainly not for the thousands of workers whose livelihoods depend on this asset. But let us be clear, the CTICC is not just a building, it's an engine. Before the pandemic, it pumped over 2 billion rand annually into our local economy. It supports jobs in tourism, hospitality, transport, and small-scale catering. It puts food on the tables in Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, and the Cape Flats. But now suddenly we are told that the only path forward is to sell it to the highest bidder, a private bidder, with no guarantee that will keep a single worker, no guarantee they will honor the existing labor contracts, no guarantee that they will rebrand, restructure, or repurpose this public asset for private gain. Madam Speaker, where is the voice of the cleaner who has worked there for 10 years? Where is the voice of the security officer, the waitress, the technician? The voices are being drowned out by spreadsheets and closed-door proposals. We are not saying the CTICC has no financial challenges, but selling the family silver is not a strategy, it's a surrender. We have seen this movie before. Public assets sold, promises made, and then jobs lost. Service levels dropped, and the public left with nothing but a check that is spent on one budget cycle. So today I ask this council, why not hold a proper public hearing? Let's hear the voices of the workers. Let's speak to the small business owners who supply the center. Let the unions and tourism sector speak.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you very much, Councillor. The next councillor is Councillor May from the EFF. Councillor May, unmute yourself.
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, right, Speaker. No, manibulise Speaker, kumntu wonke okhoyo, councillors and officials. Maniqale ndlulisa amazwi ovelwano kwezi family sithe zaluza amalungu wazo, ifamily yakwayeko neyakwNjambatho. Speaker, the EFF note with concern how this item is dealt with. Although the property is not needed for the minimum level of basic services, it cannot just be disposed for sake of dispose. Neither can council embark on the processes to privatize a council property without an extensive processes of public participation. The fact that the national and the provincial treasurer do not comment or express their views does not mean any automatic approval. Speaker, the city must still adhere to all relevant criteria in Section 14 of MFMA and asset transfer regulation. The EFF is not in favor of privatizing the assets of the community. Therefore, the EFF rejects this proposal and proposed that the comprehensive report with all relevant details be submitted to the council for consideration. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens, unmute yourself. Yes, I can hear you.
Speaker, can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, we can.
Speaker, the ANC reject this item the same way that we rejected when it came to council in December last year. We reject this item because once again, we are witnessing a dangerous trend from the DA administration. When faced with valuable public assets, their first instinct is not to improve them, strengthen them, or maximize public benefit from them. Their instinct is to sell them off. The CTICC is not a failing entity. It's not a burden on the city. It's one of Cape Town's most strategic economic assets, attracting international conferences, tourists, investors, and billions of rand in economic activity into our local economy. Yet today, we are being asked to support a process that moves the city closer to disposing of its 72.7% stake in this asset. Speaker, what makes this proposal even more concerning is that it does not exist in isolation.
Only recently, this council approved the disposal of the historic Good Hope Centre, despite widespread public concern and opposition. To this day, many Cape Townians remain unhappy with that sale because they saw it for what it was, another public asset being removed from public hands. Now, before the dust has even settled on that sale of the Good Hope Centre, the DA administration wants to move ahead with the sale of the city's majority shareholding in the CTICC. The people of Cape Town are entitled to ask, whose interests are being served here? Is the mayor and the DA administration delivering on a mandate from the residents of Cape Town? Or is he delivering on a mandate for those with the financial means to acquire public assets? Because it certainly cannot be the ordinary residents who entrusted this administration with their votes. Speaker, the question we must ask is simple. Why is the DA so eager to privatize an asset that belongs to the people of Cape Town? The report speaks about market value, disposable processes, and investor interest. What it does not adequately explain is why the people of Cape Town should surrender ownership and control of an institution that has been built over decades with public investment. We have seen this before, Speaker. Across the city, public facilities are allowed to deteriorate, public assets are neglected, and then we are told that the solution is to private ownership because the city cannot supposedly no longer manage them. Today, it is the CTICC. Yesterday, it was the Good Hope Centre. Tomorrow, it may be another strategic public asset. The ANC fundamentally disagrees with this approach. Speaker, the DA often claims to believe in economic growth, but economic growth should not come at the expense of public ownership. The CTICC is more than a conference venue. It is a strategic economic driver. It creates jobs, supports small businesses, boosts tourism, and contributes significantly to Cape Town's international reputation. Once sold, the city loses direct control over decisions that affect those broader developmental outcomes. The report tells us that advisors are exploring conditions to protect the city's interest after the sale, including preserving the CTIC's core function and retaining certain rights for the city. But is this asset so important that special protections are needed after it is sold? Then surely that is the strongest argument for the city to retain ownership in the first place. Speaker, the reality is that this proposal is not being driven by developmental objectives. It is being driven by an ideological obsession with privatization. Public assets are not the DA family silver to be sold whenever it suits the administration. They belong to the people. The ANC believes that strategic assets must remain under the public control, especially those that generate economic opportunities, create jobs, and support long-term development. The mayor owes the people of Cape Town an answer. When residents rejected the tariff increase, he ignored them. When residents objected to the sale of public assets, he ignored them. So my vraag is, Speaker, na wie luister die mayor en die DA administrasie dan? Because it certainly does not appear to be voters who place the administration in the office. For these reasons, the ANC rejects this continued pursuit of the sale of the city's shareholding in the CTICC and calls on council to protect the strategic public asset for future generations. I thank you.
Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The opposition has just delivered what I can only describe as a masterclass in why they should never be put in charge of the city's finances. They seem to love the CTICC, but they clearly don't love it enough to engage meaningfully with the process which is being followed. To Councillor Oliver, thank you for recognizing how much good the CTICC has done, but to correct him, we are not selling the CTICC, and it will be not changing its purpose. To Councillor May, again, we are not disposing of the property, and the reports have all been submitted to Council. And to Councillor Stevens, for the third time, we are not selling the land, we are not selling the asset. We are only selling shares in the company that runs the centre, while retaining ownership of the asset. You ask who is listening, but it's clearly not the ANC. Madam Speaker, let us take a moment to appreciate what this council has helped build. Since 2003, the CTICC has pumped nearly 67 billion rand into the South African economy, 58 billion rand into the Western Cape alone, and sustained more than 169,000 jobs. And only last week, the CTICC was recognized again as Africa's premier conference destination. This item is not about abandoning a crown jewel. It is about deciding what comes next for one of the most successful public investments in South African municipal history. I know that a successful state-owned enterprise is not something the opposition is familiar with, but Madam Speaker, success like this deserves serious attention, not simply populist platitudes. This item makes no decision on the sale. What this item does is to take the next careful steps in the process of evaluating our options. It notes the progress, ensuring that all parties have clarity and transparency, gets feedback from the other stakeholders and shareholders, and requests our partner in the Western Cape government's agreement to proceed if a suitable buyer can be found. We can be assured that progress is being made step by step in a prudent way that will ensure the city gets the best outcome. The advisors are appointed, no objections have come from national or provincial treasuries, and the legalities are all being carefully checked. The opposition are so unwilling to accept that the DA governance has led to this success that they are simply fear-mongering. We are not selling the property. We are not giving up our seats on the board. We are not going to allow the CTICC to change its conditions of operations. We are trying to bring nearly R1 billion back into the city's coffers, money that will go directly into the services and infrastructure that ordinary Cape Townians need. Madam Speaker, now it is time to work on reaping what we have sown and use the return on this investment to serve the city best going into the future. I move that we note the progress report with thanks and support the approval for the officials to take the appropriate steps. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor has asked for his right of response. Mr. Mayor, you may continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to say thank you to the colleague from the ANC for a very enlightening speech. I genuinely think that we learned a lot from the colleague from the ANC, and I think I appreciate that she set out her stall and the stall of her party clearly as to what she believes in. And she says the ANC fundamentally disagrees with this approach. Well, I say that's absolutely fine. I have no trouble at all with the ANC fundamentally differing with this approach. But the fact is that we have our own approach. The ANC believes deeply in the concept of state ownership of every asset in the economy and of every state-owned entity, even if they are terribly underperforming, like every single state company that the ANC ever touches or gets its hands on. And one could think of Transnet and PRASA and SAA and Eskom and the South African Post Office and the SABC, and the list is literally endless of state-owned assets which the ANC has broken with their quote-unquote fundamentally different approach. Now, I think that they have made the argument, they have perfectly made the argument for why that approach is not the right approach. Now, this is far from a failing state entity. This is actually probably one of the most successful state-owned entities in the whole of South Africa. But that doesn't mean that it should remain permanently in state ownership, because the fundamental question is, should the state be doing this? Should the state be running an airline when there are many other airlines running perfectly, profitably, and efficiently and effectively? Should the state be running a ports company when ports are run all over the world perfectly, efficiently, and effectively, in fact, infinitely more efficiently and effectively than these? These are not things that are in the direct responsibility of the state. And even more so, should the state be running a conference center? Now, it was an excellent investment to start with. And of course, there is very good evidence that the state should support startup industry investments, rapid growth investments, particularly when there are no other such facilities in the city. That was 20 years ago. Now there are other conferencing facilities in the city. The business is extremely successful. It's making a profit. It's attracting conferences to Cape Town. It can now move out of the stable of the state and can go as a successful product of that investment out into the economy and succeed on its own. It is not something that should be in the state. I know that the ANC doesn't agree with that, but that is our approach. And you won't believe it, colleague from the ANC, but we have a mandate from that approach from our voters. And soon we'll get a mandate to do the same thing nationally as well, so that we can turn around all those failing state entities that you have broken so badly over the years. Then you say that economic growth cannot come at the cost of public ownership. Well, let me tell you that economic growth will not come unless you change your obsession with public ownership. You have to let go of all of these institutions that you have broken so that the private sector can fix them. Then our economy, our national economy, will start to grow. So thank you for setting out the clear dividing line in this council. We are not the same when it comes to economic policy. We have our own mandate, our own manifesto, our own approach to the economy. And with respect, given that unemployment in this city is nearly half of what it is nationally, I think the evidence is quite clear to see which approach is working. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is on page 101. Those in favor of the recommendation, thank you. Those against or abstaining, to put it in the iron box. We move on then to the next item, C41, and the first speaker here is Councillor Simon.
Madam Speaker, die NCC is bewus van die Matrix rehabilitasieprogram en ons is bewus van die verskil wat dit maak. Die probleem wat ons het is dat die program nie by alle klinieke beskikbaar is nie. Tans bedien enkele sentrums die groot soos groot gebiede, byvoorbeeld Parkwood, Eersterivier, Tafelsig en Scottsdene, maar een sentrum per area kan nie die behoeftes van 'n hele streek dra nie. NCC vra vir gelyke toegang tot bestaande dienste, dat die matrixprogram uitgebrei word na alle klinieke in Cape Metro, sodat alle persone wat teen verslawing veg 'n regverdige kans op rehabilitering kan kry. Dankie.
Dankie. Do you want to translate that, Mr. Interpreter, please?
Speaker, the NCC is aware of the matrix rehabilitation. This is not available everything everywhere. It requests the equal distribution so that all the people can get access to that. I mean to the rehabilitation. That's the bottom line.
Thank you. Councillor Paia.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Mayor, and fellow councillors. As the ANC, we support the item before us. Our expectation is that these funds be allocated to our township clinics, where residents face a long queues and wait the entire day for care due to the severe shortage of staff and resources. We are also deeply concerned about the security at the facilities. Urgent attention is needed for the maintenance and functioning of the cameras at Umzamumhle Clinic in Philippi and other clinics in our Black Townships. Our community deserves safe, dignified, and accessible healthcare. We trust this fund will address the immediate needs. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Viljoen.
Good afternoon, Speaker. As we are considering and affirming the service level agreement to the provision of personal primary healthcare services for 26-27, this agreement is far more than a technical or administrative instrument. It's representing a shared commitment between local and provincial government to deliver quality, accessible and equitable healthcare services to the people we serve. We would love to expand the matrix centres, but it's all budget dependent. This agreement speaks to the dignity of our residents. It acknowledges that the access to primary healthcare is not a luxury, but a fundamental right. It ensures that mothers can safely access antenatal care, that children receive essential immunizations, and that those living with chronic conditions are supporting with ongoing treatment, and that the communities have access to preventative and promotive healthcare services that improves quality of life. The service level agreement plays a critical role in ensuring that our clinics and services operate efficiently and sustainable, set standards and establish accountability between our municipality services and the Western Cape Government's health services to ensure funding, staffing, infrastructure and service delivery that is aligned to our community needs. The agreement is a testament to cooperative governance. It reflects a principle that no sphere of government can operate in isolation.
Thank you. Sorry, are you not finished?
I'm almost done. Importantly, we must never lose sight of the human element. Behind every statistic is a person, a child, a parent, and a grandparent who depends on us. Therefore, I would request the support of the council for the recommendations made.
Thank you. I only interrupted because your mic went off, but
oh, sorry.
That time. Okay, no problem. The recommendations on page 109. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Okay, you can indicate abstentions and against in the iron box. Thank you. It's carried. The next item is item C42, and the first speaker there is Councillor Myendi.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Yes, we can hear you. You may speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. This afternoon, the African National Congress wishes to reflect on the previous contract with various VOCs involved in the MyCity Phase 1 service. In August 2025, this contract was placed under review to assess its conditions and effectiveness. As the saying goes, when entering uncharted territory, experience serves as the most reliable guide. This moment has therefore provided an opportunity to reflect carefully and make improved decisions. Indeed, inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Madam Speaker, the Public Transport Facilities Management has developed a drafted a cost-sharing agreement in line with the current contractual obligations. This draft was also submitted to legal services, indicating that the due processes has been followed to safeguard the interest of both City of Cape Town as well as its commuters. The previous BOC's contracts was less rigid and limited in scope, particularly in addressing broader operational needs. As a result of this engagement, commuters were often left adversely affected when challenges occurred across different depots. The ANC therefore supports the reviewed amendment, which significantly improves on the previous agreement. The revised framework allows for sharing control and management of city-owned immovable property for a period of 24 months, effective from 1st of November 2025, at no additional cost. Importantly, this arrangement enables the sharing of depots and facilities between VOCs where operationally required. The flexibility will therefore empower the Urban Mobility Directorate and its management to make timely and efficient operational decisions when necessary. The ANC therefore supports that these changes be implemented across all affected depots. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Quintus.
A very good afternoon to you, Madam Speaker, and to our colleagues. Madam Speaker, I'd firstly, through you, just like to thank Councillor Myendi for her unequivocal support of this. Just materially, though, I must say that this amendment to the contract has no cost or other implications. So discussions around previous history around this contract is somewhat irrelevant. And Madam Speaker, this is not a particularly exciting item in comparison to some of the other items that have been on our agenda today and that are still coming. However, it is an important one. The report before this august chamber seeks Council's approval to review and amend the previous Council resolution relating to the granting of rights to use, control and manage MyCity depots and facilities. Importantly, this is not a new municipal asset transfer regulation or approval process, but rather a technical amendment to an existing approved Council resolution, the purpose of which is to expressly provide for the operational sharing of depots and facilities between vehicle operating companies where this is required for the efficient functioning of the MyCity bus service. Following legal review, it became apparent that the current resolution did not explicitly provide for shared depot and facility arrangements between the BOCs. If left unamended, the city could potentially be exposed to non-compliance. The amendment seeks to align the legal framework with the operational reality already required within the MyCity environment. In practical terms, this is a sharing arrangement which includes shared vehicle parking and stabling, controlled depot access and circulation, and use of common operational areas and storage facilities, as well as shared utilities and municipal services, along with coordinated maintenance, safety, and incident management functions. The amendment does not change ownership of any city asset, nor does it introduce any new financial benefit, compensation, amendment, or rental stream to the city. The existing zero compensation structure approved by Council remains unchanged. Furthermore, the report confirms that there are no additional financial implications, no staffing implications, no policy implications, and no additional risk implications associated with this amendment. This amendment will ensure improved legal clarity, operational flexibility, and continued efficient functioning of the MyCity Phase 1 service across shared depot infrastructure, which has one simple purpose: to keep Cape Town moving. I therefore request Council support for the amendment of Resolution C14 as contained in the recommendations before this virtual chamber today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Those recommendations are on page 144. Those in favour of the recommendations, thank you. Those against the recommendations, kindly put in the IM box your abstention or if you're supporting or against. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. Councillors, that brings us to item 42B, which is the late item that was circulated. It has been agreed that there is no speakers to that item, so that recommendation is carried. Thank you for that. We move then on to item C44, and the first speaker here is Councillor Dixon. 3 minutes, Councillor. You need to unmute yourself, Councillor. Councillor Dixon, you need to unmute yourself. For the third time, Councillor Dixon, you are unmuted on this side. If you have not unmuted, then your computer has not been upgraded or updated. Have you not got someone you can sit next to? All right. I can see what she says, Councillor. The fact is that doesn't help us. If you're sitting with her, then perhaps you could let her use yours. All right. We're going to then move on. Councillor Southgate.
Speaker, am I audible?
You are, sir?
Is Councillor Koti not speaking?
No, Councillor Koti is not speaking.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today we are called upon to adopt the oversight report in respect of the City of Cape Town and those of its municipal entities. The annual report demonstrates a city that continues to deliver services, invest in infrastructure, and provide meaningful support to those most in need. Despite significant economic pressure, the city continues to invest billions of rand in critical infrastructure that improves the daily lives of our residents. Roads are being upgraded, electricity and water networks are being maintained and expanded, public facilities are being improved, and critical investments are being made to support future growth and development. These projects are not just on paper. They are investments that create jobs, improve service delivery, draw people to choose Cape Town as their home, and build a more resilient city. The report is further strengthened by the findings of the Auditor General. The Auditor General once again awarded the City of Cape Town an unqualified audit and described Cape Town as a pocket of excellence at a time when audit outcomes across local government have generally deteriorated. The city was also recognized as the only metro in South Africa to achieve an unqualified audit outcome, reflecting strong financial management, credible reporting, and effective governance systems. These systems do not happen by chance. They are the result of a disciplined administration, sound oversight, and a commitment to ensuring that public funds are managed responsibly and transparently. Good governance is not an end in itself. It is what enables the city to continue investing in infrastructure, expanding services, and supporting the most vulnerable residents of Cape Town. When the Auditor General describes the City of Cape Town as a pocket of excellence and confirms that it remains the only metro to achieve a clean audit, this council should acknowledge that these achievements translate into real benefits for the residents that we serve. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the city manager, his team, and city officials for their efforts, as well as to say thank you to MPAC for their diligence in working through these respective reports. Speaker, what makes some of the criticism that we heard in here today particularly curious is that during the public participation process, not a single substantive question was submitted by those political parties who now seek to portray themselves as the fiercest critics of the City of Cape Town and the DA governance. The annual report was available for scrutiny. The public participation process provided every opportunity for engagement. Yet when the time came to ask questions, propose improvements, or challenge findings, they were all silent. Now, after failing to participate meaningfully in the oversight process, some seek to grandstand in this chamber. However, oversight is not performed through political theatre. Oversight is performed through careful examination of facts, evidence, and performance indicators. If there were genuine concerns, the public participation process was the appropriate forum to raise them. Speaker, today we have also witnessed the degree of political hypocrisy regarding the city's tariff structures. Certain parties sought to challenge the city's tariffs in court under the banner of protecting the poor. Yet the practical effect of their actions was to create benefits that disproportionately favored wealthier consumers rather than the vulnerable households that they claim to represent. I trust that when they go out campaigning for the local government elections and the residents talk about their plan, their pain and suffering, that those parties will be honest by telling the community how they use their hardships to pursue the benefits that will only be enjoyed by the wealthy. Speaker, the purpose of oversight is to assess performance honestly and fairly. The evidence before us demonstrates a city that is financially sound, well-governed, committed to infrastructure investment, responsive to the needs of the poor, and capable of delivering services to all of its residents. It is for those reasons, Speaker, that I support the recommendations that the oversight report of the city and its entities, as contained on page 6 of the report, be adopted without reservations. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is on page 1. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item C45, and the only speaker on this item is the Chief Whip, Councillor Visagie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there are no extra changes to be read in. Thus, I ask Council to approve the changes that's captured in the report. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we have recommendations in the report. Those in favour of the recommendations, please indicate. Thank you. Thank you. Those against, please indicate, or those wanting to abstain can do that as well. Councillors, that takes us to questions received from the floor. Councillor Cupida had a question.
Speaker, yes, I want to do a follow-up.
Do the follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Mayor, you have confirmed in writing that there is no agreements, no national approval, and no formal legal opinion regarding the U.S. Marine engagement with Metro Police cadets. The city manager also confirmed that no training took place and that the event was only an informal physical fitness event. Speaker, can the mayor confirm whether any official city record exists, including a briefing note, media lines, programs, correspondence, approvals, or legal advice, which supports public statements linking this specific event to broader international cooperation or specialized policing areas such as cybercrime, kidnapping, narcotics, and investigative techniques? If yes, will the mayor please identify and provide the record to this council? If no, can the mayor please confirm that no such official record exists? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to respond now, or do you want to respond in writing?
No is the simple answer. I cannot confirm that because I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every single document that exists in the city of Cape Town at my fingertips. So I cannot confirm that, and he'll have he's welcome to write to me in writing if he wants to search the records.
Thank you very much. All right, councillors, that takes us to the end of the open agenda. We move into the in-committee section, but before we do that, I just need to ensure that the YouTube link is closed.